Wednesday morning at our first of two workshops that will take place in Athens this year. Yes, I did indeed say two workshops. And before you start making your escape route plans, I can tell you that these workshops are a testament to the strength of our partnership and our commitment to the program. So in short, you have only yourselves to blame for being here this morning. What we have accomplished here as a group in Athens is truly inspirational. And I'm delighted to see you all here today. We have over 140 participants, 142 now, with the gentleman that just walked in, representing over 70 companies across 11 countries. So welcome to you. And welcome especially to those of you that have traveled here from abroad. I hope that you arrived safely and that your Greek language skills are adequately refreshed. You may now proceed to the beaches because the rest of the conference will be conducted in the Greek language. Καλώς ορίσατε και πραγματικά σας εύχομαι ένα ευχάριστο συνέδριο. As it has been a good few months since we last met in London, I'll endeavor to remind you of the highlights by compressing our CEO conference in just 3 slides. But first, an update on my boy Nicholas. He's finishing his first year of nursery school, and he is now able to recite the alphabet, at a loud volume, I should add. So to celebrate his newly acquired linguistic abilities, we decided to take a father-son trip together to London. And we were particularly lucky with the sunny weather, as it allowed us to spend most of the time in the park negotiating on his daily ice cream allowance. Now, as with most strong-minded 4-year-olds, Nicholas has actually become an effective negotiator. And I do wonder whether his newly found knowledge of the alphabet has in fact led him to spend the nights reading books on negotiations. In any event, between these negotiations that took place in the warm park, we called a temporary truce in which he used the time to disrobe and plunge into Battersea Park water fountain. So I actually snapped a photo of this occasion and sent it, as one does, to a few family members. Now, his mother remarked that his submersion in the park fountain was a display of his deep-rooted English heritage, while his grandmother had a different perspective. She said, "You can take the boy out of Greece, but not Greece out of the boy." And I share with you this anecdote not to pass an idle hour, but to make a casual reflection on the 2 partner pillars, resilience, our resilience and perspectives, and how context drives Nicholas's behavior. Right, our CEO conference. Slide number 1, the journey so far. As partners, we've done remarkably well, but we have plateaued. So we are here, invigorated, and with new momentum to take this to the next level. The target remains clear and quantifiable, 0. Slide number 2, the 5 principles of human performance. You are to recite these principles with your evening prayers before bedtime. People make mistakes. Blame fixes nothing. Learning and improving is vital. Context drives behavior. And how you respond matters. Slide number 2.5, you can see what I did there. The spectrum of reasoning. We have looked at the differences between solution-based reasoning, defensive reasoning, and causal reasoning. And don't worry if you don't remember the definitions, because we will be refreshing these today. And finally, slide number 3. We heard Shell's self-reflection on the context it sets its partners with respect to incident closeouts, and Shell's commitment to allow partners space without sanction to meaningfully investigate incidents through causal reasoning and allow partners to really improve. And this self-reflection around context has given me food for thought. Context drives behavior, a human performance principle which resonates with me and which I find particularly relevant today. Follow with me this pattern. Context drives behavior. Behavior shapes decision-making, and decision-making determines outcome. Outcome consolidates itself as an event which will forever transcribe into history. So think about that for a second. The context you set in your companies will give rise to events that will forever become a part of your company's history. And I find that rather powerful. I'll focus on one context, as I did in my anecdote earlier, which is perspectives and what we do with them. So I want to share with you something I recently read around the missed opportunity that a corporate culture of yes men can carry, and sometimes the danger of such a culture. And as I have a flair for the dramatic, I'll speak of the most extreme examples I can find. Operation Anadyr, 1962. So, as a disclaimer, those of you that have previously suffered through my partners in safety presentations will know that I like to inject a little history in my talks, and the Cuban Missile Crisis seems befitting. So Operation Anadyr outlined a covert mission to transfer 44,000 uniformed officers and 1,800 construction engineers into Cuba, together with a payload of some 60 ballistic missiles and an undisclosed number of R-12 nuclear warheads, all within striking distance of the United States. Among other things, it involves smuggling by sea construction vehicles, cement, steel, and 86-foot-long missiles under the cover of foliage provided by palm trees. It detailed the installation of fuel reservoirs, the construction of launching pads on site in Cuba. And at the top of this proposal, you will see that Khrushchev wrote the word agree and signed his name. And some distance below, you will see the signatures of 15 other senior leaders. The autocratic Khrushchev wanted confirmatory support to proceed, and if the operation failed, he wanted to make sure that no members of the leadership could distance themselves from it. He had successfully browbeaten his colleagues into literally signing onto his maniacal scheme, a scheme that nearly manifested itself into history's largest self-inflicted human annihilation, a scheme that we've come to know as the Cold War. And on this operation outline, what you see is a signature of 15 what I call yes men. 15 people that blindly fell into place. 15 people with no alternative perspective to offer. Consider for a moment what context that created, what behavior that led to, and how that shaped decisions and what history was written. We really reached the brink. Surrounding ourselves by yes men merely fuels our own confirmation bias and can unfortunately cost us a profound truth. And I make this admission in all humility as I am joined by several of my employees here today, and I say to them, I want to hear your voices. You will be familiar with the age-old adage that history repeats itself, and the circle of yes men that surrounded Khrushchev has an unnerving echo today. So what am I suggesting? Listen to different voices, each one from a different experience and from a different perspective. Don't turn them away. Rather, create a context that nurtures voices from across your corporate demographic, and then decide. Because the context you set within your organization will drive behavior, which will shape decision-making, which will determine outcome, and you will be writing your company's history, which will repeat itself if the context does not change. So, with that, I know that Ed was not able to join us in person today, but he is with us remotely, and he'd like to say a big good morning to you all. So hopefully, if the IT systems are working. Ed, can you hear us?
I can hear you extraordinarily loud and clear.
You look ginormous on our screen, Ed.
I was I was worried about that actually. I tried to make that picture, that mental picture of that big room with so many people in it, and then suddenly I'm on the screen there, and it scares the shit out of me, Christos.
Welcome.
No, hey, listen, thank you for having me in the room, albeit virtually. And as Christos, as you just alluded, I'm here to say good morning. So good morning. I'm here to make my apology on screen, be it. For not being in the room. Other commitments basically did not allow me to travel. It's not for a lack of pushing by Elizabeth. I think it was even up to yesterday morning when she was asking me about my travel arrangement, because surely Ed, you are coming. And again, I had to make my apologies and said, listen, Elizabeth, it's not going to work. But what I can do is I can be available on screen. I can actually be available, and I want to make that point, Christos. I can be available for the whole day. I'm online. I have certain commitments and meetings that I'm in. But if during some of your sessions things pop up and questions are being asked, or maybe some of your colleagues have some difficulty in believing what we were trying to relay during the conference, by all means, if somebody will ping me and say, hey, Ed, can you be available for such and such a time, then I am available, and I will be willing to answer any questions that may come up. I'm not going to make any attempt at all, Christos, of following you when it comes to an opening statement. That's clearly not the intent. It was, by the way, very, very interesting to see your son, albeit in the fountain. That was great to see, because I so vividly remember when you pulled him on your knee during one of the conferences prior, when we were bidding farewell at that moment in time to Graham. And so I remember that picture. So it was great to see that he's moving on, and he's learning negotiation skills. So well noted. Just a few comments, perhaps, Christos, if you allow me, maybe to also reflect on the conference that we have just done. I think you put it extraordinarily well in your few sentences about what the key messaging was. I would just like to repeat it in my own words, because I think it's important for everybody to understand. Following the conference, we are hearing quite a few of snippets out of the different regions, either around not believing what we were saying, looking for more insight, looking for the details about how it's going to work. So if you just allow me for a few minutes to reflect on it. It was, by the way, great to see everybody in the room again, also for the conferences. I think we've done quite okay with the 2 virtual conferences, but the energy of being in a room and having all the dialogue in the room, in the corridors, at the coffee machine, I mean, there's literally no substitute for that one, etc. A couple of points that stand out for me, and I'm going to go back to something that I talked about in the conference when I talked about clarity, focus, and impact. And I think what it's all about for us is we keep looking at statistics, and we keep looking at data that in our mind is not complete. It's not complete for us. It's not complete for the partnership. It's not complete for you. And what I mean by that is we've done some analysis when it comes to incident reporting. The worst performing fleet in our portfolio is the Shell fleet. And I just allow you to think a little bit about that one. If we look at incident reporting, the Shell fleet is worst performing, which is not true in our belief, right? But it's simply because we are getting all the incidents that are happening in the Shell fleet because it's in our own fleet. The second worst performing fleets are typically the fleets of the time charter vessels, which again is kind of extraordinary because that's what we would normally not expect. But again, because we have a higher level of trust and transparency, and we're probably getting more incident reports from our partners when it comes to the time charter tonnage. And it goes all the way down to that sort of picture that I'm painting here. And the point I'm trying to make is we are looking at data that is not complete because we don't see everything and we don't hear about everything. No? So that is something that we wanted to address. We wanted to have that trust and transparency within this partnership. And I think it was actually Singapore where the point came across actually the best when I was answering a few questions around the partnership, and I And the way I answered the question was by saying, hey, listen, we've been in a room and we've been within this partnership for 10 years. Surely that must mean something. It must mean something for us, and it must mean something for you all, right? And one of the things that we were driving this time is saying, well, does that actually mean after 10 years that we have that full trust and transparency to be quite open? So that's our plea, that's our call for you to basically report us any incidents that you may experience on your fleet. What we then identified that the biggest blocker for all of that one is actually, and back to your point, Christos, that we for decades have effectively created the wrong context. And as a result of driving the wrong context, we have actually driven the wrong behaviors. Our vetting manual, and I'm not quite sure whether I did so in the London conference, but I definitely repeated again in the last conferences, our vetting manual is something like 330 pages. We're trying to minimize it, by the way, but at the moment, it's 330 pages. In the vetting manual, 330 pages, the word incident is actually mentioned 176 times, okay? And what it shows to me is that extraordinary deep integration between assurance and incident follow-up. And what we try to do is try to create some daylight between the two, driving a different sort of context, and therefore saying anything that you report to us when it comes to incident will never have an impact on how we view you as technical managers or how we view the vessel or the vessel management at the time. You had an incident and we want to learn from it, and we want you to be open about it and report it to us. And we make the commitment that it will never have any negative impact. Not everybody is believing us. I'm trying to make the point and say, listen, what benefit would it be for us to actually do that? Right? If you have a collision and you have a major collision and you have a big hole in the side of your hull, you're not going to be on anybody's charter or anybody's business anytime soon until you fix the hole anyway, right? But anything else should never result in any negative impact to your fleet or to your particular vessels. So creating that trust and transparency, creating that clarity around what is actually really happening there when it comes to incident. Bearing in mind, what we try to accomplish is the prevention of life-changing event. I've said it before, and I'm repeating it here, we're not worried about somebody in the galley cutting their finger whilst cleaning the dishes. We don't want it to happen, neither does the person that it actually experienced, but we're not necessarily too interested in that. We would like to get our focus on the life-changing event, so get the clarity of what's happening that will allow us to focus on where we do have life-changing event. And then to the third point, the impact. What are we going to do to make sure that we have the impact to really prevent those life-changing events? And that's the little bridge towards the causal reasoning that you touched on, and thanks for doing that. And I think I also understand, Christoph, that you're going to be talking about that today during your workshop. I think it's a super point to really focus on, right? We're not asking you to change the way you do investigations, right? And that's one of the other rumors that we're picking up following the conference, where people are saying, well, hold on, Shell now wants us to do causal investigation. We don't want you to do that. If you want to do it, if you can do it, and you have certain incidents that you want to apply it, by all means, please go ahead. If you want our support for doing that, we will actually make every effort to do that. But that is not what we are asking for. That is not what we are insisting on. What we would like you to do is, when you have reported an incident and you do an investigation in whatever methodology that you feel is best used, the only thing we would like you to do is kind of almost like sprinkle that causal reasoning over it. So try to remember the two different reasons that we don't want you to do, i.e. defensive or solution-based. But if you can just sprinkle like a little bit of gold dust, causal reasoning over your investigations, that is literally all we would ask you to do. We do hope that in the workshop throughout the year, like the one you're having here in Athens today, around the world, that people start picking up on causal reasoning, that they're starting to learn about it, that they're starting to read about it, and indeed making an attempt to actually accomplish that in their next investigations. And that is literally all we ask you to do. So clarity, focus, impact. We would like you to report all incidents. We will not create any negative impact on either your vessel, your fleet, or you as a company as a result of that reporting. We'll leave you alone. We don't insist on sending a report within 3 weeks because it has an impact on assurance, because it will not have an impact on assurance. We'll give you the time to do whatever you need to do when it comes to the investigation. And if you can use causal reasoning, all the better. And I think, Christos, for me, that's really the short summary almost of some of the key points that we wanted everybody to get out of the conference this time. And I would like to leave it at that one and basically say again, I'm available for any questions either on what I just shared or any topic that you may be discussing today that you feel you need to ask me any questions about. Is that okay, Christos, for now? And I really, really, really hope that you're going to have a great day. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind with all the brains and all the passion that is typically in the room when it comes to our partners in that region. And Athens has always been a front runner when it comes to running those events, etc. I've attended in the past. I'm again sorry that I can't be here today on this particular occasion. But I just heard you say, Christos, there's going to be one more this day. So if I can get the days and mark that in my calendar, I will again make every effort to attend to the next one. And with that, Christos, either back to you or somebody else.
Thank you very much, Ed. And it's earlier there than it is here, so you can now have your cup of coffee. Thank you. Right. So, our first speaker, Anthony.
Thank you, Christos. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anthony, and thank you, Christos, for the introduction and the flashback, and definitely very important to see your son. And I must say, I look forward to the moment when your son actually joins us in this room, and the project will still be alive. We may not be here, but I think that is something to look forward to strive to achieve. And thank you also to Ed for proving that the context drives behavior principle is alive. So we see that they're trying to create the context in which we will be able to do our job, and we will be able to improve and get better as well. So are we in the mood for something good? Yes. I don't think so. Are we in the mood for something good? Yes. Okay. So let's get some positive energy flowing, and let's try to get started. We're on a tight schedule. Thank you again, Christo, for shaving 10 minutes off your time. I'll do the same, and hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have enough time for the two Georges, because they need the extra time, and this is the kind of people. So I'm going to start and touch upon one point which you already, most of you are more or less familiar with. It's the 5 principles. I hope some of you have read the book. I'm sure we have other people who are not so familiar, so we'll have a quick go through. The good thing about these principles is that they're so basic that we don't need to spend a lot of time presenting them. So that is good for me, and it's also good to have extra assistance from some people who are gonna, each one of them are gonna assist me with the presentation. So I'm gonna be brief, and it's all about human performance. And when we say human performance, we understand that this is the goal. We want to improve, we want to get better. But most of us understand that it's about ourselves, about the individual, how we improve, how we develop ourselves. The point is, it's not just that. Human performance is not only about the individual, it's not working alone, it's not about setting our own standards and improving. It is about working in an environment. It is about working as part of a group, interacting with other people, working within systems, working with procedures, how all this works together. So this is our goal, to improve human performance, which means that we improve it across the board. How to improve the human performance? It's been broken down over the years by psychologists, by experts, and we have arrived now when we are focusing on these 5 principles of human performance. In the past, there were more. We have read so many books, so on, but we are focusing on these 5, which we believe are the points which, if we embrace, we can get better and better and better. So these are the 5 principles. I'll go through them very quickly, and then we'll look at one by one and see how we can maybe get something more out of it. Number 1, people make mistakes. Plain and simple. Nobody is perfect. No matter how good you are, no matter how experienced you are, you're still prone to make a mistake. Error is normal. That says it all. By the way, I'm not following the sequence that is in the book. If you read the book, we're doing it a bit differently, and there's a reason for that today. Number 2, blame fixes nothing. We need to fix the system. We need to understand what happened. When a failure occurs, it is not the failure of the worker, it's the failure of the system. So blame may be satisfying emotionally, but it leads nowhere. This is the no blame culture that we've been talking about, or the just culture. This is our aim, and this is what we need to go for. How you respond matters. We are all in this room leaders, one way or another. If we're not leaders today, we're going to be leaders tomorrow. The way we respond to adversity, the way we respond to problems has an impact. It has a deep impact. I'm sure you understand it. If you're not a leader yet, you have felt it. Okay, so this is very important. We can blame or punish, or we can learn and improve. There is no way we can do both. The 4th principle, learning and improving is vital. I don't think there is any objection about this. I mean, this is something that we know it since we were kids. By the way, the principles apply everywhere. They don't apply only in our working environment. They apply in our everyday life. So it's even more vital to embrace them. The change is that learning is a deliberate action of improvement. It is not something that you do randomly. You do it by choice. And finally, maybe one of the difficult ones, which George explained to us last year in great detail. Thank you, George. Context drives behaviors. We're going to focus on this. It's one of the most important ones, and it's the one that we have to work on as leaders to create the environment, to create the surrounding, the necessary safety for our people to speak up, to express their opinion, and for us all together to improve. And we're going to focus on this throughout the day. And all our topics today are in one way or another, they are linked to these 5 principles. So I'll get started. I'm already tired, so I'll ask 5 random colleagues in the room to assist me with this presentation. The first one is about people make mistakes. And I have a gift here for everyone. So I'll call on my namesake, Antonia. There you go. Please welcome Antonia. And note, Antonia and many of our other colleagues are not experienced speakers, so it's their first time, or maybe the last as well, that they're taking the mic. So please welcome her again. A round of applause. Antonia, it's with you.
Good morning. I was thinking not me, because if I make a mistake, that would be embarrassing here with all of you. But okay, I'll try. I've been, excuse me? Thank you.
Please.
So, I've been obsessing all my life about mistakes. I aim to add perfection, and when I made a mistake, I never forget myself for even one single mistake. But why I felt that? Because our society has trained us to be ashamed of our failures and our mistakes. And we have been thinking all this way through our lives. But in our country, for instance, failure is a stigma. It's shameful. It's a taboo. But what we can do for that? I think we can go back and remember how it was during our school time. what we learned was to avoid mistakes, not to deal with that. So if we consider how kids are learning, they are learning instantly, and they don't even consider or realize that they are learning at that time. They just associate sounds with objects or activities, and they just doing something. So if us, as an adults, we're learning in a different way by doing things, like Albert Einstein has said that anyone has never made a mistake, has never tried anything new. We should not let fear of failure get in our way to do something new. We should not let shame of a failure get in our way of not learning a valuable lesson. Failure can be indeed inspiring, but let us all agree that nobody says how we can get out of the failure. So I may suggest 3 guidelines to fail a more elegant way. First of all, we have to own our failures, to be responsible for them, because we have the first instinct that when we make a mistake, we put the blame to the other party, someone else. And this is very ordinary when we speak about relationships, right? But if we want to be the owners of our dreams, our ideals, or our goals, then we have also to be owners of our mistakes. And then someday we can say that we will be the owners of our successes. Number 2, focus on us, not the others. When I cannot tell you how much time I'm wasting during my life thinking of how the others think about me. And when I do that, I compare my life to the other lives. But that's not good for me. That creates problem to me. So let us focus on our quality of the hard work we are doing and the attempts we are doing to be better. And the third one, the third guideline, I would say, is to find the balance between the accusation of ourselves when we make a mistake, but to also consider and celebrate our hard work and give value to our hard work. Believe me, I understand that failures are very painful. And I remember when I was back at school in a specific project about drawing, which I worked very hard about that. Then I handed it out to the teacher, and the teacher started making red marks on it because she wanted to correct me. But what I was feeling back then, I was feeling, first of all, that she ruined my job, and then that I was embarrassed in front of the class. So first of all, she didn't give me constructive feedback, as I was expected. And then she didn't acknowledge my hard work. So is this the way we want to motivate our people? I don't think so. I think this approach is wrong. The approach is and pushes people away. I think people are scared to try because of the same. But we need to celebrate accomplishments. We need to celebrate the attempts. Remember, mistakes are important and are good, are necessary and are good. Mistakes are good. There is only one way, either win or learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adonia. Thank you. Congratulations. It wasn't easy coming up first, of course. And I think you raised a very interesting point, which we had not discussed about previously, the part about the shame and the comparison with the peers and the pressure that comes from this. And I think it's something that people are, it's embedded in us. We grow with it. We get it from our family. We get it from school, that we always have to compare what we are doing. And we are afraid what the other people will say, what the other people will think. I think the path to freedom is to get rid of this fear and this shame, which is not easy. And I think it's a continuous struggle. So thank you very much, Antonia. And of course, at the very end, everything points towards the next principle, which is about blame. It's very common, very frequent. This is what we do, but we have an expert in blame here who is going to help us. And I'll pass on the mic to Theodore. Theodore, I think this is the right one. There you go. So, welcome, Theodore. Let's hear about blame. We did a good rehearsal yesterday. It was a dress rehearsal.
Well, t-shirt and a mic. Okay, these forums really run well. Blame fixes nothing. I think this would take me a long time ago. Well, all characters are fictional, even the vessel is fictional, and it was in the aftermath of a fictional tank overflow case that where the persona non grata was the chief officer, and I had the company representation, I had the Marine Police here, and the flag incident investigator, and of course the chief officer. And well, the Marine Police guy was very hard on the chief officer. And it's like we have spilled something in his backyard, something like that. And what have you done? And do you know the consequences? And we have to take you outside and tell me you're to blame, you're the chief officer, how you're doing cargo operations. Who was looking, the chief officer was like this, stoned. And tell me what happened, tell me the statement of facts. Well, the chief officer, because of that approach, he became defensive. And he was pretty linear in his responses. I say, okay, we had cargo operations, and then this happened, the alarm sounded, blah, 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 we stopped cargo operations. But eventually, the Marine Police guy took a statement of 7 lines out of the chief officer. Then the Marine Police guy left, and I had the flag incident investigator. And he approached the chief officer in another way, and with respect to the individual. And I was in the early start of my career, so this is like a lesson to me. And he approached him, okay, no one is really blaming you for something, okay? Then he took him aside, and easy by easy, we only want to focus on the facts, what has happened, and he extracted the information from the chief officer for the whole incident and what the immediate corrective action was done at the time. And he had a good flow of information and a much more information to work with and to deal with the situation. So actually, that was my personal take from that moment. Well, we can always blame someone, but to my point of view, we are losing valuable energy on that. So we will skip the drama, and we will focus on the problem, and we will focus on the individual. So to my point of view, at that time, blame did not fix anything. So the solution, the key was to fix the problem, and not to fix the blame, as we say. Okay, so from that time I have applied this to, fortunately, not so many times in my career path, but we aim to fix the problem and not the blame. We focus on the event, and we try to break it down, and then to find the initial cause of the incident, and work on that, not on the individual. That flawed, because in the end of the day, I'm imperfect. Everybody is imperfect, I think. Okay. And so it is better to isolate the case and work on that, fix the problem. And I even practice this on my daily routine, and it really works well. I have 2 youngsters fighting over and had the blaming game about the PS4 or PS5 ruined, and it was the one who was blaming the other. I say, okay, blame fixes nothing. Let's work on the solution. It's how you respond to failure matters. And they were looking in a strange way. They gave me the strange eye. So, what is he talking about? Or something like that. But the conflict was stopped, and we tried to deal with the situation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Theodore. Thank you, Theodore. You may not be perfect, but I think that was a perfect contribution about the matter of blame, and nothing to blame with that. So we'll move on to the next one, and it's about how you respond. And with us to help us deal with this, we have Yanis Vakas. I know him personally. And I know that he has evolved over the years, and his response was not always the same as now. So, Yanis, this is for you. Thank you very much, and please take the floor and share with us your experience about how you respond.
Sorry, it took me some time to fix my... So, as you understand, I'm going to talk about keep calm. No, sorry, I made a mistake. Mistake is normal. I will talk about how you respond matters. I'm not here to repeat what is written in Todd Conklin's book. Instead, I would like to tell you how I perceive this principle and why I consider it to be a useful tool for our industry. I started working in the maritime industry more than 20 years ago. I remember back at that, as it is normally the case, actually, when you are new, consciously or subconsciously, you follow the example of your managers and other colleagues, which are more experienced than you. And then, back then, I remember to be a devotee of another principle, which stated, as long as the propeller keeps propelling, nothing else matters. And I also remember that when something went bad, it was not as planned, I used to ask who's on board instead of asking why this happened, actually 5 times of that, and how we can improve in order to become better and not having ourselves to in the same situation again in the future. Mostly I used to react instead of respond. The years passed, the industry changed, the needs of shore and onboard personnel also changed. I believe that many of us evolved, trained and educated on the human factor in order to address the challenges that we had to face. Recently, we had one officers forum organized by our company, and every of the participants get Todd Conklin's book, the 5 principles of human performance. I've read it. It was very interesting, and I'm trying to apply also to my youngsters sometimes without so much of success. In order, not in my personal, but also in my professional life. What I realized is that the reaction triggers the consequence. When I react in a negative manner towards my colleague, this colleague will do the same thing to another employee, and the behavior will continue to go on. This is applicable both on board the vessels and ashore within a company. So I and each of us have the chance to consciously decide and make sure to take, when the pressure is high, to take a step back and respond in a resilient and constructive manner. Like this will enhance the ability of everyone to improve, learn, and actually learn from experiences. When we try to apply this principle on board the vessels, we see that the crew members are open and transparent with their work, and they are trying to improve mostly the safety on board the vessels. Of course, we have some challenges. For example, one is the generation gap. You cannot learn old dogs new tricks. Also, we have differences of personalities and culture, and also to address the insecurities that each individual has. Also, I would like to give you an example, a simple example of when you follow this principle, does not mean necessarily that you need to change the procedures of the system of the company. After all, the change comes in small steps. Where I work for, the company is structuring fleets. That means that colleagues from various departments work together in the same room. This is something new for us, a new change. So in order to, let's say, break the ice and improve also the teamwork between the fleet members, we established a star point system. The principle is simple. You do something good, you're getting a star. After a certain number of stars, you are getting a small reward. I was happy to see that the colleagues enjoy the process. And then I was surprised to see that some people came back and say, okay, now you deduct me a star because a mistake was done or we had a misbehavior within the fleet. Then everybody realized that it's more simple to discuss about the mistakes, to discuss about the misbehaviors in order to address the root cause of each case. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation for being able to address a room full of leaders of a tanker sector in this beautiful event. I would like to highlight to you that the way we respond must change in order to learn and evolve. Change matters. And by stating that, I would like to leave you with a famous quote from a great mind back in late 80s, Mr. Rocky Balboa, who once, after winning a box game in Russia with the Cold War at its peak, he said that if I can change and you can change, then everyone can change. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. Thank you, Yanni. I thought you were going to do the accent as well. If I can change, you know, that's it. But anyway, thanks a lot. And I think a couple of very important points were raised. And I think the most important is this about change, that this is a continuous process. And how we respond, we're actually trying to do something and to learn how to respond, which is a little bit contrary to our instincts. And it is a continuous process. We cannot just put a full stop and say, now I've achieved it. We have to work at it all the time. So we'll move on to our next principle. And of course, we're in Greece, so one Yannis is never enough. We need to have at least two Yannides. So I will introduce for this principle Yannis Vretos. He will take over and he will tell us about learning and improvement is vital, which of course is the result of change. So Yannis, please, the floor is yours.
Hello from my side as well. So wearing this shirt, I would have to say that learning and improving is indeed vital. I trust that each and every one of us is following a path towards learning and enhancing their own knowledge. So with that as a starting point, I will quote Gandhi and say that his famous quote, mostly focusing on the second part actually, live as if you were to die tomorrow, and learn as if you were to live forever. The way I see it, there are two ways to learn something. The first way is either by experiencing it, and the second way is by seeking information and understanding more about it. To put in other words, sometimes we follow the path towards knowledge, and some other times we're just thrown in that path, live to the adventure, and then share the tale with those folks concerned after we leave it. I will focus in this, let's say, speech to the second part, the living, not actually living the experiences, but getting to know it before you live it. Because as soon as you live it, then it's just reactive, it's not proactive. So in the first case, if you experience it, then you are getting better by corrective actions. But in the other case, if you are proactive, maybe it's initially theoretical, but at the end of the day, you are one step beyond, one step prior coming to you. So in an attempt to further explain what I'm trying to say, I will bring an example from the shipping industry and our vision towards an industry without incidents. So as soon as you step on board a merchant vessel, one of the first things that someone would notice is the phrase, safety first, showcased in huge capital letters at the very front of the accommodation superstructure. One would argue that, of course, working safely is a priority. But is it always that simple as it sounds, especially on board a tanker, where many dangers and risks are involved with the daily work on board? Well, the safety management systems, modern ones, integrated, are there. But what we cannot actually always control is how the seafarers are responding to these procedures, because it's the human element, and it's not always controlled. Of course, and there is no doubt, the trainings, the excessive trainings the seafarers undergo are helping in that regard. But I believe that it requires a more holistic approach in order to develop a safety mindset, a safety mentality. Another factor which I believe is important to the safety equation is the context of time. We're living in modern times, that we're living a fast-paced routine, a fast-paced rhythm of life. So shipping, where time is of essence, is not an exemption to that. And there are commercial demands, there are regulatory demands that often don't allow ample time to focus on everything. So I believe that there are some tasks that you cannot take shortcuts when the time is under pressure, even then. And there are some tasks that, under some proper risk assessment and proper evaluation of the complete picture, you can take reasonable risks in order to fulfill the task under pressure. Learning and improving in that regard is helping, the way I see it, in order to establish which risk you can take reasonably and which risk you cannot. Wrapping it up, what I'm trying to say is that knowing your enemy can properly help you to mitigate even the hidden traps that are entailed behind it. So this will establish a safe working environment where somebody could safely fall, safely fail, or at least not with significant consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. Thanks a lot. Very well said. And I must say, you put everything inside. It was truly a holistic presentation about the time element, the commercial pressures, the human element. Everything was there, even risk assessment. I don't know how that fitted in, but of course, thank you very much. And it is very true. It is not about just doing a training. It's about a more holistic approach. And this is where the 5 principles come in. And we are moving now to the last, and we saved not the best for last, the most difficult for last. So I'll pass on to Elena here, and she will try. Welcome, Ben. She will try her best in order to explain to us about the context that drives behavior principle. So Elena, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick wardrobe change. I would like to say a few words about this last principle, that context drives behavior. It might sound a bit complex at first, but in reality, it is quite simple when you grasp the feeling of it. What it essentially means is that your surroundings, your environment, and the circumstances on each case, its situation, are what influence your actions and your behavior. I do not want to tire you with theory. I think it is better understood in practice, through examples. There has been a trend these past years of filming the so-called social experiments, and I believe that these are a great way that verify that context does indeed drive behavior. I will give you a specific example which will make my point clear. On this particular experiment, we see a man who is well-dressed in a suit. He's talking on his phone, and he looks very occupied. He's basically what the society perceives a businessman to look like. So this man is standing on a busy street, and he's stopping passers-by, and he's asking them to give him some money to buy a ticket for the bus, because he doesn't have his wallet on him. The response is immediate. People eagerly give him what he asked for, and in many cases, they even give him more money than he needs. Then we see the same person on the same busy street, again asking for exactly the same thing, some money to buy a bus ticket because he doesn't have his wallet. Only this time, he's not well-dressed and he does not look like a businessman. He wears worn-down clothes that look dirty. And let me tell you, he gets a completely different response from the crowd. People walk past him, do not pay any attention to him, and of course, they don't offer any help. We see same person, same need, just different context, the way he looks, and completely different reaction and behavior towards them. There is also another view on this principle. It has been mentioned already by many of you, that the behavior of others will also influence your own behavior and drive your own behavior. This applies in all aspects of our lives, including, of course, our working lives. When you work in an environment where your colleagues do not support each other, they do not own their mistakes, but are trying to pin them on somebody else, when you know that if you are the one who makes the mistake, you will most definitely be blamed for it, and even if it's not really your fault, over time, this behavior will also be adopted by you. And you will be the one blaming others, and you will be the one looking out only for themselves. On the other hand, if you work in an environment where your colleagues trust each other, there is support from your colleagues, and you know that if you make a mistake, you will not be blamed for it, but you will be understood and supported, then over time, you will also be a team player, you will trust others, and you will feel free to speak up when something is wrong or goes wrong. For me, personally, this is a very important aspect of my working life. After all, we are spending most of our day at the office, and nobody wants to be on the edge all the time. In order to achieve this, and I will close with this, leadership needs to actually be committed and show commitment to creating and inspiring this work culture. Because, let's admit it, everything starts from the top. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Elena. Great presentation. 2 points I want to pick up from that. The first is that, which is a very interesting approach, is that behavior of a group also is context for somebody, for an individual. So this also creates, and of course this is what we call the culture, how the group will behave, is the culture that creates the context for somebody else to work in. And of course the final point about leadership, and this is where we can make the difference. And this is exactly where we wanted this whole discussion to end, that leadership, you in this room, each one in their own field, in their own company, their own group, in their own department, we need to make the step change in order to get better and encompass all of these 5 principles. So in closing, I saw that you eyed the t-shirts and they were very nicely made. This is the final one. This is the one that encompasses all the 5 principles, and the 5 principles are written on the back here. And of course, not only because it is written, but it encompasses the 5 principles because this was made supposedly for me. But there is no way that I can fit in this t-shirt, even though I had mentioned this when we started. But of course, error is normal. So I have to accept it. And I won't blame anybody. Thank you. I will not blame anybody, not Ileana or anybody, because blame fixes nothing. To the contrary, it's how I respond that matters. And as you see, I have responded very nicely. And we can learn something from this, because learning and improving is vital. And because context drives behavior, and if I fit in here, I will not be able to behave at all, I will gift this to Elizabeth, who is our project manager. And please, Elizabeth, a warm round of applause for Elizabeth. This is for you. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for being here. Thank you for being here. Most of the stuff that we are dealing with and you are reading originates from Elizabeth, so we have to thank her for that. And for the rest of you, there are a lot of T-shirts over there at the end. So when, over there, where are they? No, we moved them over there. So that at the end, different sizes. Hopefully they will fit some of you. After, at the coffee break or later on, you can pick up your principle of choice. Thank you very much. This is the end of our first session. And we'll move on, huh? We're moving on, rapidly on. So context drives behavior. We said about all that and all the principles. Everything is ever more important and ever more relevant when it comes to mental well-being. So we have prepared a video, a mental well-being video. We're going to run this video now, and then I'm going to pass on to Despina for the mental well-being part. So thank you very much for your attention.
Chief, the second engineer is here and wants to complain about...
Chief, what kind of food is this? Who do you think you are feeding? Animals?
But nobody has complained before.
Well, maybe, just maybe it wasn't so bad before. We have a load of problems. We are running the engine on man and we come up exhausted for a quick bite. And all we get is this crap.
I'm so sorry. I'll cook something else. Would you
Never
like an
mind.
omelette?
And I will eat some cookies and milk. Not a lot, but at least I will be able to eat it.
Sorry.
Hello, Captain. Yes, I can hear you. Please, go ahead.
Look, you did it again, and I don't know why. When we ask for 100 kilos of beef, this is what we expect to get, not 25 chicken. And the quality is worse than anything I ever seen.
Sorry, Captain, I don't understand. Please explain to me so that I can fix whatever went wrong.
Oh, I'm sure you know very well what you're doing. This is not the first time. What you're trying to achieve? Starve us to death or poison us like that Chinese ship?
I'm very sorry, Captain. At the next port, I'll try to... Hello? Hello?
Maria, I need you to process this order for pipes. It's very urgent.
Yes, immediately, but I'll need a couple of hours to get quotations. I have 2 ships passing Singapore tomorrow for their quarterly provisions and stores. Plus, I had the captain from the Dynasty screaming at me just now, but I'll definitely do it.
Okay, I don't think you understand. We have a workshop scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and they need all of the materials. Do you believe they can make it without the pipes?
Yes, I understand, but everyone is pressing. I'll get on to it as soon as I can.
No, you'll get on to it now.
Elena, I need to take a break. Look after my ships while I'm gone.
Okay, Maria, don't worry. Take it easy.
When you change for lunch, you know we don't allow coveralls in here.
Sorry, I'll be quick. Just this once. We're doing the main engine inspections and we can't afford to lose any time.
How is that coming along?
Oh, thank you.
When do you expect to be ready?
Maybe another 8 hours or so, but I'll give you a 2 hours notice though. Yeah. What is this? Did you try it?
I know what it's supposed to be, but way off target.
Yesterday, my second was complaining about the food. He was doing more talking than working. But this, it's really bad. It sucks.
I know. Spoke to the chief cook yesterday to try and motivate him. Recently, he hasn't been the same. Poor chap. He thought I was going to send him home at the next port.
But what's the problem? Is it the provisions? Poor quality? I thought we've had our share on this.
Not just that. His house is in Mindanao, which was hit by the typhoon last week. The roof was torn out, it was flooded, and worst of all, his younger sister is missing. He's pretty messed up, and the best we can do is to support him. He's in contact with the Senmar office, and they're trying to help, but we need to boost his morale.
He can also call a helpline to get some comforting words though.
I told him, but he thinks it's not confidential, and he may end up losing his job.
That's nonsense. Remember last year when I was out of work for a long period due to the COVID, and the bank was pressing me for loan payments, threatening to auction my house?
Sure, many of us been there.
After I joined, I was feeling so miserable one evening, and I decided to call the helpline. Even though nothing had really changed, I felt such a relief. I think it works.
Okay, but apart from that, it's our obligation as leaders, as colleagues, as friends, to stand by our people.
I think you're right. I'll also tell the second to back off a bit. Sometimes he's a little bit pushy.
Still, look on the bright side. This food make it easier to curb some weight.
Always with a positive flag. Diet it is then. Let's all try our best.
Hello.
Maria, are you okay?
I'm fine. Thank you. No need to worry.
But I do. It seems you have been crying. Problems at work or at home? Or maybe both? Come to my office and tell me all about it.
Hi Chris, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Chief. You need some coffee?
No, thank you. Just made mine. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
What's up, Chief?
It's about the chief cook. You know he's been going through a tough...
You mean the chef of disaster? The dog food specialist?
Come on, knock it off. I'm meaning to tell you that he's going through tough problems back at home and we must support him.
So what? We all have our problems.
Exactly. We all have our problems and we must stick together. We need to understand that everyone's performance is being affected by our problems. Take for example yourself. Yesterday you were slow because you hadn't eaten properly. What if you had problems back at home and you couldn't be able to solve them?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I was a bit rough.
We must be there for our colleagues and we have to show that we care. And if you really want to be a good chief engineer and a leader of men in the future, you should always remember this.
Thank you, Chief. I will go apologize to the chief cook and try to make amends.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate your attitude on this matter. I'll see you later in engine room. Bye.
Have a seat, please. By the look on your faces, I guess you're wondering why I asked you here.
To be honest, yes.
I want to talk to you about Maria. She's been struggling recently.
Yes, I've noticed too. And I wanted to ask you whether it's possible to replace her or switch departments. I don't think she can handle this pressure anymore. And in the past, she really did great.
John, it seems we observe the same thing, but we definitely don't agree on the course of action. Maria has been under a lot of pressure, both internal and external. She's going through a nasty divorce, which would affect anyone. Plus, the recent fleet expansion has added to the workload, as have the emergency repairs from port to port.
I didn't know about the divorce. Did anybody of you know anything?
I did. She said something to me, but I didn't ask for many details. I didn't want to pry. Everyone have their own problems.
I wonder why she said nothing about the divorce.
She didn't say anything because she didn't think anybody cared to listen. It is our duty, your duty, to be open to listen to what your people have to say, be it personal or on the job.
Okay, we sympathize and everything, but at the end of the day we need to do our job. I still think it's better to look for a replacement.
That's not how teams work. When a team member is struggling, the rest of the team helps. When a wolf is wounded, the rest of the pack helps it survive. They don't just leave it behind.
So what do you suggest we do?
In brief, cut her some slack. Give her some breathing space. Not everything is equally urgent. Prioritize your needs carefully. And if something really pressing comes along, Elena will be there to help out, won't you?
Of course I will. Anything to help Maria.
We can also take some work of hers for a short time. Maybe our fleet can take over 5 ships for 3 months in order to help.
That's a very good idea. Thank you for volunteering. You see, there is a lesson to be learned here. If we listen to our colleagues, then we can really help them. And in turn, help our work and the company. It's a win-win situation for everyone.
And I think we should say a big thank you to all that participate in this video, are not actors, are colleagues of us, and I think that they have made a great job. The key learning of this video is that as leaders, we should have our ears open, should create a culture that speak up is all the time, and we have time for them to express and share their opinions. What I think it's important is to hear different voices. It is voices from the crew and voices from the office. The 5 principles and what we are discussing today, it's not only for something that applies 9 to 5. This is something that applies all the time. I will invite some friends and some actors. I will invite Katerina Diamantopoulou.
Hello.
Please.
Hello,
and Vangelis Torres. You want to stand, whatever you feel more comfortable. Katerina is the purchasing officer that you saw in the video. And I will ask how she feels today. You are okay?
Well, Maria has recovered.
Okay.
Everything is fine.
And I think it's important also to ask, since we're discussing about the mental well-being, is somebody here in the room that is 100% okay today? To raise hands? Okay. Okay, then I will reverse the question. Is somebody that is not okay today? Thank you for this. Thank you for this. So I will ask Maria about her personal experience, her personal examples, and how as leaders we can improve on the mental health and the mental well-being.
Thank you very much for having me here today. So I am Maria of the video and Katerina in real life. I would like to share with you my own experience. A few years ago, I was recruited by a company for a position which I thought it was my dream job. It would enable me to afford renting a new apartment, and I even got a loan to purchase a new car. I thought it as, let's say, all my efforts were rewarded, all the efforts I have made since I was a little kid. But that was not the case, because after a few months, the environment in the office started to seem a little toxic to me. I was disrespected a lot of times. I was trying every time to prove my worth, but I couldn't pass my message across. I felt like my colleagues would take credit of the work I was doing. And in general, I thought that the better I did, the more I did, it would not suffice. So that was when physical problems started to come into the scene. I was struggling with this insomnia for a long period of time, for months, I would say. I had a very high heart rate even when I was calm. And at the end, my hands were shaking and my vision got blurry. So as my self-confidence was at its lowest at that time, I didn't have the power to validate my own feelings. So this was done finally by a doctor's diagnosis. So that was the point when I realized that I have to change something. And I accepted the situation as it was, and I spoke up, fortunately, to the right people, who at that time did not do anything immediately, but they were here for me. They did listen to me actively. And that gave me a breeze of relief, and I started again hoping that something better would come in the future. So I'm here with you, before you today. I am still in the process of recovering from all that post-traumatic stress I had from that unpleasant situation and environment. And I would like to ask you to remind you to pay attention and to be able to identify the weak signals, because the weak signals are there, but sometimes we're just too busy to see them. And I would like you to remember a quote which at that time inspired me a lot and gave me a lot of strength, which was, when a flower does not bloom, you don't change the flower, you have to change the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. It was so powerful. And thank you, for sharing this experience. And discussing about empathy, speak up, and reduce stigma. I will invite Vangelis Torres, Chief Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Moustaka. Thank you very much.
His personal example.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Torres Evangelos. I'm 31 years old. I'm a seafarer. I've been a seafarer since 2010. Currently, I'm working as a chief officer on gas carriers. I'm here today to share personal experiences of mine in order to raise awareness on mental well-being. I come from humble beginnings. I come from a very, very poor family of immigrants, and joining the Merchant Marine Academy was maybe my only option at that time. A couple of years ago, actually many years ago, I was second officer on board the gas carrier. When I was on board, I received a call from my sister telling me that our mother was diagnosed with a life-threatening disease. At that time, I became very sad. All of my siblings were away from home, just like myself, and my father was unable to help in any way because due to a work-related accident, he was 80% disabled. He had only a small pension, just about enough to make for the house loan payments. So I was very sad, and on top of that, the environment on board the ship was a bit abusive. The senior management was operating on a performance manner, and the pressure was too much. Thankfully, the crew changed very quickly. New captain on board, new chief officer on board. Chief officer Nikos, who was a pleasant guy, he started witnessing, seeing the weak signals. What weak signals? First of all, okay, I'm very difficult to open up. What I'm doing now is very difficult for me. And I was crying in my cabin alone. I was having sleep disorders. I was tired all the time, drinking too much coffee. And he approached me in a discreet manner. He was very polite. And I started easy to open up. I told him about my problems. He told me also that he had the same problem with his mother in the past. Actually, Nikos did not give me any great piece of advice. He did not solve my problems. My problems were still there. But I felt better. I felt a lot better because I opened up to someone, I spoke to someone, and he made my life on board a little bit easier. Now, just a couple of years ago, I was chief officer myself, and I had a cadet on board. His name was Yannis. Yannis resembled me in many ways. He was fun to be around, a good guy, eager to learn. So I took him under my wing. After a while, I had some weak signals from Yannis also. Yannis started smoking, which is not the best of habits. He stopped visiting the gym. He was not so eager to learn anymore, so I approached Yannis, just like Nikos did with me. I told him, Yanni, what's wrong? So Yannis started telling me that he don't feel well on the 12 to 4 watch with the second officer on bridge. And I told him, Yanni, don't worry. Effective today, you will change watch, you will go 4 to 8 with another second officer, and let's see how this will go. About a week passed, we did not see any improvement from Yannis. So I approached him again, discreetly, nicely. I told him, Yanni, can you please tell me what is wrong with you? And Yannis told me, Chief, my mother is very sick. That's why my performance is so low. That struck to my heart. I was in this guy's position just a couple of years ago. So I was there for him, I listened to him. I did nothing more. I could not do anything more. I cannot give great advice, and for sure I cannot solve his problems. But I was there, I listened to this guy, and I tried to make his life on board as a senior officer a lot easier. So time passed, time for Yannis to go home, to disembark, and just before he disembarked, he came, he gave me a hug, and he thanked me from the bottom of his heart. I felt fulfilled. I felt so nice for myself, so proud. I said, yes, I did something good here. Nikos Kazantzakis once said, when a person feels pain, he is alive. But when a person feels the pain of another person, he is human. Empathy, in my humble opinion, is one of the most important human abilities. I'm standing in front of leaders today, in a room full of leaders. You should know that care is a leadership superpower. Please do me a favor and make sure that the maritime industry focus more on mental well-being. That is all from me. Thank you.
I think this is a powerful message to close the first session. As a conclusion, I think that what we have heard is empathy, care, active listening. We don't have all the solutions. We are all leaders. The cadet was leader. The second officer was leader. We all are here to demonstrate that with an open heart, with the modern problems, we try and we manage to find solution. It's okay not to be okay. We should pass this to all of our employees as Oren on board. Please pass this message, context-driven behavior, and this is what we should finish the first session. It's okay not to be okay. Care, please stand up. And what Katerina said, respect. Respect no matter of your rank, no matter of your position in the company. Thank you very much. And the good news, it's break time, coffee time.
Hello. Hello, my name's Elizabeth Salter. I'm the Partners in Safety Programme Manager. I'd like to talk to you about three things. I'll quickly tell you a little bit about myself, remind you some things about the partnership, and then I'm going to talk to you about causal reasoning. Where's she gone? Oh, my colleague Ileana is going to help me with some of that as well. So myself, my background is I'm a chemical engineer by background, I'm a process engineer, and I specialize in technical safety. I have worked in safety for about more than 25 years, let's say. And I've moved more from working in things that are technical safety and human factors to things like human performance. I have a son, he's 8 years old, and he thinks it's perfectly normal to risk assess everything before you do it. He hasn't yet worked out that that's just because that's who his mother is. There we go, you can see who I am. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the programme so that you get some reminders. I think you'll know all of these things because we have a vision of a zero-incident industry where we want every mariner to come home to their families safely. And we look at several things, three main things: leadership, learning, care for people, and all of that is underpinned by human performance. And why are we looking at human performance? Why aren't we just setting some KPIs? It's because of looking at our incident rate. Christos showed it to you earlier, and it gets down a certain way, and then it plateaus quite a lot. And we really need to find new ways to drive that plateau down so that we can realize our vision of a zero-incident industry. There are several ways that we do this. We have a cycle of events through the year. And Christos has already told you about the CEO conference this year. And I wanted to show you the progression of these conferences and how we get from talking in a conference to driving our safety performance to allow people to go home safely to their families. So in 2020, we started thinking about the principles of human performance. And those CEOs who came to that conference will have received the book by Todd Conklin. And we thought about people really do make mistakes. Therefore, we need to set systems that allow them to fail safely. And as we've heard this morning, blame fixes nothing. But we need to have a learner mindset to be able to absorb some of these principles. By getting a lot of new information, we need to be flexible in our minds to not stick to the old ways. So we started talking about introducing having a learner mindset. And so many of you in your companies will have been talking about what is a learner mindset and why should we be adopting one. We also recognized that the well-being of our crews and our people in the office is vitally important. We had set up programs prior to this, for example, Let's Talk and Resilience, and people couldn't see through how to do all of that. So we set up the well-being implementation plan, and we asked all companies to devise their own, either take on our Shell one, and you might remember the purple boats and the orange lighthouses coming across the screen to show us all the different modules that we could be doing in the well-being implementation plan. Because without the well-being of our crews, they're not going to have, and this is another word you'll have heard, psychological safety. They're not going to be able to speak up without the fear of negative consequences. And if they can't speak up, we're never going to learn from them. And setting that psychological safety, we also recognize that how we respond matters. And we're setting the context for people to be able to tell us what is going wrong on their vessels so that we can learn and improve. We looked at context-setting behavior, and we had a long reflective learning video about that, about how the people on the vessel and the people in the office can influence how that person is going to respond. And we knew that although we deliver a lot of things to CEOs, and they really want their people on the front line to be hearing it, it matters how you pass that message. If you just send off an email, get this stuff done, then people will receive it as a chore. There's just some modules we've got to get through, doesn't matter how we do them, just get through it. And we talked about passing the message with passion and explaining your why. Why do you care as a leader about safety? As a CEO or an MD, even as a captain or a first officer, why is safety important to you? Why do you care that these people go home safely to their families? Without passing on that passion and giving people the why, you're not incentivizing them to get home, to get that message home to them. So we talked about passing the message with passion for great conversations, which is different to pinging off an email, just do these modules. And then this year, we've talked about learning and improving is vital. And I'll show you a list in a moment, how we're ticking off the Todd Conklin's 5 principles. Because we introduced having a causal reasoning mindset. And actually, for me, this has been a 3-year journey. 3 years ago, I decided that we want to be talking about causal reasoning. But until you know why, until you have a learner mindset to accept it, it's very difficult to foist, or that's a difficult English word, isn't it? To put on somebody the concept of causal reasoning and having a causal reasoning mindset. So we've been ticking off the principles year by year, and just through our normal conversations, you will see us repeating those titles of those conversations because they really are important. And you'll find that we've not been through them and they're done and they're gone. These will be with us for some more years. So you'll be hearing repeats of these 5 principles as we go through our conferences and our themes for the year. And to remind you how this fits in. So coming out of the conferences every year, we have actions. Those actions always sit in the same way. Leadership, learning, care for people, underpinned by human performance. And year on year, we've had that consistency. So we're not aiming to change things, but we are aiming to improve things and learn so that we can drive down the number of incidents that are stopping people going home safely to their families. So let's think about causal reasoning and having a causal reasoning mindset. You'll notice that I'm not talking about causal learning. Some people use that phrase causal learning to talk about specifically looking at an incident, something that's gone wrong. But I'm wanting to talk to you about causal reasoning. It's a mindset. It's about how we think. Because in order to learn and take the corrective action that we need to reduce incidents, we must discover the causes, the why, the reason that our current performance is as it is. And that's not just looking at the bad things. We need to understand why the good things are happening too. Because if we don't know why, we can't repeat them. So I want to hand over to Ileana. So many of you will know her, particularly if you're in the Greek part of the partnership. So Ileana has come on secondment to Shell. She is working as the Partners in Safety Programme Advisor, and it's my pleasure to hand over as she takes you through some things.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you all. You might know me as the Ileana of Interunity. You might know me from sending a lot of emails throughout the year. Now I hope that I will be able to assist the program from a different angle. We are going to watch together a video that was originally an in-house, self-paced training on causal reasoning awareness that we put together today for you to see it. It's 30 minutes long. It's quite condensed, so don't worry. We will provide you with the video later on so that you can rewatch it at your own pace, run it through your organizations. I just want you to focus on it and then maybe have a short discussion among ourselves.
Welcome to the Causal Reasoning e-learning course. The purpose of this course is to familiarize you with causal reasoning and help understand how problems should be approached and analyzed. The course will also acquaint you with the difference between causal reasoning and other types of reasoning. The course will take about half an hour to complete. Let us get started.
Hello, my name is Greg Oslo, and I am the causal learning focal point here in the Port West Refinery. I will guide you through the causal reasoning course. Causal reasoning is an element of the causal learning process. While we use causal learning for chartered investigations, causal reasoning is used as part of everyday problem solving. Conducting investigations over the years has given us insights into the many ways that problems occur. Through these investigations, we saw endless opportunities for performance improvement using causal reasoning in problem solving. Each investigation is a new and specific discovery of causes that are discoverable only if we let go of what we believe to be true based on our experiences. Reasoning helps with 5 particularly defined questions, driving value in the analysis process. These 5 questions are: what is the problem? What do we think caused the problem? What evidence do we have about the causes? What solutions do we have in mind? And finally, how will the solutions address the causes of the problem? Each question is provided with further explanation to drive value step by step. At the Port West Refinery, we encourage the use of the 5 questions for everyday problem solving in the field. We have provided posters and guiding documents regarding causal reasoning, and we have implemented this approach to encourage a diagnostic mindset in our day-to-day work throughout the organization. We will now model and demonstrate an example of using causal reasoning in daily problem solving. We will follow John, our production unit manager, and Brenda, our shift supervisor, in the analysis of a production performance problem. In this scenario, Brenda's unit recently experienced a 1-day production loss when the feed pump broke down. Without feed to the gas plant, the unit tripped and production performance suffered.
Hello, my name is John. I am the production unit manager of the gas plant at the Port West Refinery. I now have a meeting with our shift supervisor, Brenda, on a production performance problem. Hi, Brenda. How are you?
Hi, John. I am fine. I just feel lousy about the lost production on the gas plant last week. I wish to find a way to avoid similar performance problems in the future, and I think we need to take some action here.
Okay, so what would you propose?
Well, we have been experiencing frequent problems with pump availability in our plant. I suggest we repair all these pumps on high priority as the lost production is too costly.
That sounds like a potential solution, but I want you to suspend the solution for now. Back up just a bit and tell me the problem.
The problem is that our feed pump fails on high vibration, and we lose feed if the standby pump is still in repair at the workshop. It seems that the maintenance and reliability departments are not on board with our production performance. So the only alternative I have is to get our pumps repaired on high priority. Clearly, the problem is that the plant goes down because pump repairs take too long.
Thanks for the explanation, Brenda. Can you share with me what you know about causal reasoning?
Well, I believe it was implemented half a year ago. Though I was on vacation then, I saw the emails and the posters like this one here in your office. And I have been involved in problem solving in the past, although I did not use the causal reasoning approach.
Okay, let's talk about it then. We use causal reasoning and 5 questions to resolve everyday problems. They help guide us through a problem-solving conversation.
Well, these questions seem so simple, it looks like I am using them already.
Indeed. However, each question is driving specific value with the guidance that is provided by the causal reasoning approach.
I am not sure what you are telling me, John. Look, I am trying to help resolve problems here. Please tell me, where do you see room for improvement?
Experience from previous problem solving, we found that participants often have differing perceptions of what the problem is. There is room for improvement where the problem statement includes suggestions for solutions. We also saw that if the problem is written as the absence of a particular solution, it becomes a defensive statement. Often there is lack of clarity on what actually happened, especially when there are multiple parties involved in the situation, but not all are consulted.
Thanks, John. These aspects are actually quite real for me. Let's give causal reasoning and the 5 questions a try.
Great. Then let's discuss the problem you mentioned. We can analyze it using the causal reasoning approach. You said the problem is that the plant goes down because the repairs take too long?
Yes, and this links well with the solution we can apply to raise the priorities of the pump repairs.
It sounds like you are stating the problem with a suggestion towards a solution. I think we need to work through this a bit more. Problem statements that lead towards solutions can hamper or even block the analysis of the causes. In causal reasoning, a problem statement is a specific descriptive comparison of 2 situations. Something undesirable that actually happened and was different than what we expected to happen. The difference between the 2 is our problem or performance gap. So, the answer to the question, what is the problem, should include a description of the sequence of events of what actually happened, and what we expected to happen in that situation before the event happened.
So, from a causal reasoning point of view, my problem statement is a bit short, right?
Yes, but we'll get you there. Can you tell me the sequence of events that actually happened?
The beta feed pump of the gas plant tripped on high vibrations, causing a unit shutdown.
Sounds good. What did you expect to happen in that situation?
Well, I expected the alpha feed pump to be available, of course.
Now, this sounds like a solution, Brenda. Can we restate that from a functional point of view?
Then I would say that it was expected the beta feed pump would run long enough to allow the alpha feed pump to be repaired.
I will reword it. When the alpha feed pump of the gas plant was in repair, the beta feed pump tripped and the gas plant had to shut down. Where it was expected that the alpha feed pump was repaired before the beta feed pump failed.
Agree. So, John, let's start with causal reasoning now. Here is the cause. When the alpha feed pump of the gas plant was in repair, the beta feed pump tripped and the gas plant had to shut down because the repair of alpha feed pump was not treated as high priority job. Do you see this as proper causal reasoning?
Sounds interesting, but let's discuss further. Causal reasoning is the ability to identify causality, which is the relationship between a cause and its effect. Causal reasoning focuses on determining what caused the problem and seeks to discover the causes that were present at the time and combined to create the unwanted outcome. It focuses on the conditions that existed and the actions that were taken.
I did mention a condition and an action. The alpha feed pump was not repaired on high priority.
There is also room for improvement when we are looking for causes, just like we discussed that there is room for improvement on the problem statements.
Yes, I remember that.
When looking for causes, it is important to think how we reason, as there are different types of reasoning. Using different reasoning in problem solving is like looking at the same picture through different lenses. First, let's talk about what we call defensive reasoning. With defensive reasoning, we identify what failed or was missing. If we use defensive reasoning in problem solving, we become critical after the incident of what people did. We do this because we can now clearly see what they should have done differently. Here we reason about what did not happen. However, defensive reasoning can be effective when doing audit work or pre-job assessment to verify compliance against standards and quality requirements, and it can be valuable in our proactive safety work. But this type of reasoning can be counterproductive when trying to understand causes of events that have already happened. Defensive reasoning does not help us understand and learn about our system performance. It blocks us from learning why people took the action they did, and why they thought what they did was the right thing to do at that time. These things are important to understand if we want to prevent repeat incidents. Defensive reasoning also has blaming aspects in it, and it makes a judgment about what people didn't do or should have done in hindsight. It creates conflict that gets in the way of discovering what was actually present at the time.
I get that. Defensive reasoning is based on what we believed should have been true before the incident. It relates to our should-be model, or on what we now, in hindsight, recognize was missing, like missing barriers. Thanks. I can see that defensive reasoning limits our ability to discover causes and learn something new. Once you blame, you are far less likely to get a real or true explanation.
Indeed.
Your suggestion is to avoid defensive reasoning if we want to create a deeper understanding of what caused an incident. We should stick to statements of what actually happened and not what should have happened. So we need to look at what people did do rather than what they should have done.
You are right. Defensive reasoning and the blame culture it results in are barriers to performance improvement and high reliability. We should avoid it by being structured and objective.
Okay, so we will avoid defensive reasoning when diagnosing a problem.
Good, but there is another type of reasoning that can limit our ability to learn and improve our performance.
What would that be?
Solution reasoning. In this type of reasoning, we search how to immediately address the problem. Solution reasoning tempts us to jump to conclusions because it focuses on what we believe we can do now. Of course, it is valuable when we need to take an immediate action to stabilize an unsafe or unreliable situation. We often refer to this as abnormal situation management, and it is necessary when we need to respond to an immediate threat. Once we are out of trouble, we need to continue investigating with causal reasoning to discover how we got into trouble in the first place. Solution reasoning invites us to stop investigating once we see an action we can take, though the action may not address the underlying causes of the problem. On the other hand, causal reasoning approach ensures that we are diagnostic in our discovery. We emphasize causal reasoning and logical steps that allow us to discover deeper level causes of the incident.
That's a great insight, John. We always thought that getting straight to the solution was a good thing. I think we effectively use solution reasoning during abnormal situation management and process upsets, and that's a good time to use it. But I can see now that we should probably shift to causal reasoning once we are stabilized to start diagnosing the cause of an upset.
Defensive reasoning and the blame culture are barriers to improving performance and reliability. And jumping to conclusions with solution reasoning rarely gets us to the underlying cause. Causal reasoning eliminates all these barriers and typically has a positive tone to it.
Using causal reasoning for everyday problems is a challenge, but I can see why it is needed. You mentioned that causality is positive. Do you mean that the effects are caused by the actions taken, usually combined with one or more existing conditions?
You got that.
So something that did not happen cannot cause something. Conditions that were not present and actions that were not taken may be regretted, but cannot have caused the effects. This is all a bit confusing, John.
Let me simplify this for you. With questions for causal reasoning, It is important to focus on what did happen or what was actually done that caused the problem. By asking why several times, we aim to discover whether we know enough about the causes to solve the problem.
Okay, so let me rephrase my problem statement. When the alpha feed pump of the gas plant was in repair, the beta feed pump tripped and the gas plant had to shut down because the beta feed pump broke down unexpectedly.
Definitely sounds better, but remember, we spoke of describing an event, which will be relevant if we were to describe the condition as well. Do you remember the condition?
Of course, I'll try again. When the alpha feed pump of the gas plant was in repair, the beta feed pump tripped and the gas plant had to shut down because the beta feed pump failed unexpectedly within 3 weeks of runtime, while the alpha feed pump was being repaired on a routine priority of 3 weeks.
Good. So let's see how we can show this. See this flow diagram here? To investigate this further, we need to know why.
Well, the alpha feed pump was being repaired on a routine priority of 3 weeks because maintenance does not like high priorities. Maintenance should understand what the risk is and that we are talking production performance here.
Wait a minute. I think we all know that high priority work is less efficient, more expensive, and typically leads to a firefighting mentality.
Yes, but should we just allow the gas plant to shut down?
No, I did not say that. Let's look at our picture. Why did the beta feed pump fail in less than 3 weeks?
Well, I don't know. And now I realize that we did not even look into this aspect of the problem. This is reliability.
Why don't you investigate this, Brenda, and tell me what you discover?
Thanks, John. I will get back to you with my findings.
And let's pause a bit here. Can we pop up presentation? Okay, so I want you to grab your microphones. Don't be shy. We are here to make a discussion. What do you think? Why should you avoid problem statements that lead toward solutions? What is the problem here? Don't be shy. Anyone? Captain. I see you already grabbed your microphone. Okay. Perfect.
Actually, I have no idea what to say because I see nobody is raising the hand. I wanted to break the ice.
Okay.
So, first of all, I was trying to understand the way Shell is trying to explain about the new process that is causal reasoning. I'm a bit confused, but nevertheless, I will present later in a simple way what was my understanding. So, what I have seen from the lady saying is, you know, they were trying to somehow find a way to explain the causal reasoning approach. My understanding, I'm not an engineer, is that there is a system there that needs 2 pumps. And one of the pumps was under repairs. So somehow the thinking was, you know, the one pump is not working, and because the other one tripped, that's why we had the problem. And I think that was an easy fix. I mean, you can say always to have the 2 pumps running and you solve the problem. But I think it is more than that if somebody wants to see the causes that are behind.
To hold on to the microphone.
Yeah, so I think it's to do with the blame culture. So if you should avoid problem statements that lead towards solutions, it would lead to the blame culture. So that's my understanding.
Okay, that's good.
That is part of it?
Yeah. I saw a hand somewhere. Okay. Oh, okay.
Could it be that perhaps we're trying to solve the symptom and not to solve the root cause of the problem?
Yes, that's actually very true because it hampers the actual analysis that will lead us find what the causes are. Okay, that's great. Very nice.
Sorry, may I?
Yes, of course.
If you make a statement that leads towards the solution, it's the easy way, and okay, it is the easy way, but most probably you will never find the hidden solution, the hidden problems beneath that.
That is absolutely correct. Thank you. Okay. And thinking back to the 5 principles, what does blame fix?
Everybody together. Lovely.
Perfect. This is an easy one. I'm expecting everyone to know it by now. But in case you don't forget, you have forgotten, don't worry. What are the 3 types of reasoning that were mentioned in the video? Correct? Correct? Perfect. And why is the solution reasoning ineffective in solving problems? Please.
Because it will finally only temporarily resolve the problem, but not permanently, since we have not identified what's the real problem at the very bottom of it.
That's perfect. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I have to give you mine.
Thank you. I understand that by solution reasoning, the causation process was confused. But imagine if the Swift supervisor had pointed out to the reliability of the working pump in the first place. This is not out of context.
Well, okay. Yes, I hear you. This is something interesting.
It may confuse the process,
yes,
but actually it may point out to the right direction.
Yes.
Do you want me to
and
answer?
No.
Do you want me to help?
Sorry?
Do you want me to help answer that a bit?
I thought that
okay.
someone...
The solution reasoning actually jumps to conclusion and cannot hit to the heart of the cause.
That's right. That's...
The problem here is reduced reliability of the pump. If someone points it out directly, it is a solution reasoning, but also causal.
As we go forward, we'll see that typically every problem has more than one cause. If you propose a solution, when you're setting up your problem statement, you typically get to one short-term fix. You don't get to the long-term problems, which can be multiple. And I think that'll come out as we go through through this. But you might also find that in the instance that you say when somebody could have done something, that's a type of defensive reasoning because you're saying somebody omitted to do something. So that's becoming defensive. And in this instance, we could say, well, they could have done, but was there sufficient psychological safety? Well, actually, that's something by going down this causal tree, you might find out. Ileana, have you got time for?
Allow me to contribute. I do believe that both solution reasoning and causal reasoning are both practical and useful, although in different contexts. Solution reasoning is, as we've seen in the video, very effective in immediate handling of the situation. Think of an urgency, while resolving a problem and carrying on. And then we go into second step of causal reasoning, investigating the matter, finding all those causes that you mentioned will be more than one, usually, and then addressing the root of the problem. This is essentially what we need to do later on as an incident investigation. But first step would be solution reasoning, and I agree that
it's our nature as well.
Initial step. Yeah.
It's our nature as well. So yes, the solution reasoning is good, but it hinders discovering all the possible causes that led to something happening. When should we use causal reasoning? Sorry, I didn't hear you. When you have the luxury of time.
Definitely.
Okay.
Which is never possible aboard the ship.
Okay.
Every
Perfect. That is exactly the point. We can use the causal reasoning in everyday problems. It's, as already mentioned, it's a mindset. It takes time to adjust our mindset towards thinking causally, and maybe later today, Elizabeth will help you with a short exercise in getting better, because it takes time and it takes practice. We can continue to see the rest of the video.
Hi Brenda, good to see you again. Shall we pick up from where we left off? I believe our last discussion was, why did the beta feed pump fail in less than 3 weeks of runtime, correct?
Yes, and this is a reliability issue, you know. So I went to John, who is from operations. He is the patriarch of the gas plant. He told me that our alpha and beta feed pumps are a 1 out of 2 pump setup with 2 times 100% capacity.
I see.
Yeah, and John was a bit reluctant to give me input on this, and it seemed he felt involved and responsible. Actually, what he said is that operations typically does not trust the standby pump in a 1 out of 2 pump setup.
This brings us to the next question. What evidence do we have about the causes?
I used this question as I thought you would expect me to. To be more certain on the causes of the problem, I spoke to George, the rotating equipment engineer. He shared data and analysis to verify the causes of the problem. Most of our conversation was theory, and we still need the evidence and data to validate it. Gas plant feed pumps are running close to the flash point of the liquid, where cavitation can happen. Cavitation creates high vibration, and a pump trip is triggered. When we compared the 2 pumps, the beta pump was more sensitive to cavitation than the alpha pump because of differences in the suction piping layout. Also, both pumps are running above their design curves due to the fact that the plant runs above design throughput. George also mentioned he had contacted John about this incident. They have differing opinions about running the pumps. Operations typically wants to run the best pump available in a 1 out of 2 pump setup and leave the worst pump off as the standby. This leads to a situation where the condition of the beta pump is unknown. The rotating equipment engineers want to run the beta pump on a planned schedule. Because the beta pump is viewed as unreliable, operations is not supportive to make the standby pump available for condition monitoring either, and its actual condition is unknown.
Interesting observations. Do we have some data here?
Yes, I have seen the pump performance curves and the pump layout. Very little data on the beta pump. There were no vibration readings found for the last 2 years, and it was unclear if the oil was changed. Because it is less reliable, operations does not like to run the beta pump, even for short durations, to capture the reliability data. Further, it was indicated that when the standby pump is not used, all kinds of issues can emerge, like oil degradation, rotor bow, and soft parts sticking. There could also be issues with the driver, such as winding problems of the electric motor. To make things worse, the bearings failed quickly, as it appeared there was water in the oil and... oh yeah, rust was found on the bearing internals.
Thanks, Brenda. These statements give insights into the causes of why the standby pump is unreliable, don't they?
Yes, and it seems that the problem has some origin from within operations after all. And I feel a bit silly now for asking that all pump repairs should be done on high priority.
Come on, Brenda. Don't say that. You should say, I'm thrilled to get a better insight into the underlying causes of what is happening here. It seems you have learned something by following the causal reasoning logic.
True, that's a better perspective. Thanks, John.
Work, Brenda. The cause and effect diagram is a great tool to help determine causality. It helps make the problem more visible. As causality is a relationship between a cause and its effect, a diagram like this will help the causal reasoning, as the link between the boxes should involve a cause and its effect.
Good to see this diagram based on the information I collected. I realized that the diagram provides better structure and overview, and helps see that there are underlying causes involved, which were less obvious at first sight.
That is exactly why we use causal reasoning. Note that if you find it hard to set up the diagram, we can make a timeline first, which drives insight in the causality by the sequence of events. Next, when we look at solutions, we'll use this structure to verify the effect potential solutions have. By the way, now that we know the causes of the problem, do you think the solution you had in mind is effective in addressing the causes of the problem?
No, not at all, John. Even repairing all our pumps with high priority would not give the reliability performance we look for. An emergency repair can take 1 to 2 days, where an unreliable standby pump can still fail, causing the gas plant to shut down anyway. We should first aim to make the standby pump more reliable instead of pushing for faster repairs.
What solution do we have in mind for the issue of the unreliable feed pump?
Come on, John. You just made clear that my solution was not good, so help me out.
Sure. Now that we have a deeper understanding of the problem, we can begin to share thoughts on what we would like to see in the solution.
Okay, what I would like to see is a robust solution that is in line with our working methods and that can be implemented quickly and at low costs.
It is a good list. Our solution should be a good idea, but it should also be an idea that can work in our system with our processes. So, which causes do we really need to address through the solution?
As we saw in the cause and effect diagram, there are 3 main causes. First, the bearings failed as there was water in the oil. This is caused as water condenses in the oil because the pump is in a wet environment and is cold. A solution here would be to replace the oil regularly and remove the water.
That is a good solution, Brenda, and is in line with the direction of the solution we have given. What about the other causes?
I do not believe this solution by itself will resolve the issue completely. It is, however, one of the easier solutions to implement. Now, maintenance believed that the beta feed pump was available and worked alpha pump as low priority. However, operations had a different expectation of the beta pump. Operations actually did not have faith in the beta pump and normally ran the alpha pump because it was more reliable. Looks like maintenance and operations had 2 different beliefs about the feed pumps. I don't have a solution right now, but I will investigate. I guess George can help me here.
Good idea to get George involved. Last cause.
I believe we need to look into the last cause. The bearings failed as the load was high, which was because the pumps run close to cavitation and the plant throughput is higher than designed. I don't have a solution to this one either, but when I talk to George, I will raise it as well. I expect this may involve hardware changes, so we need to apply the management of change process, which is not done quickly.
Let's explore this further and talk again. Hi, Brenda. Any progress on the issue of the unreliable feed pump of the gas plant?
Yes, I contacted George, and on cause 2, he said that there is a recommended practice for standby pumps in the rotating equipment community. It involves a standard switchover and run on the standby pump, so you are sure the backup is available on demand. He also said that he has discussed it a few times with our operator, John, and the 2 of them even tried to implement it.
So, it seems there may already be some solution worked out.
Yes, but it failed. And I already know what your next question will be, John. Why did the solution for standby pumps fail?
That's right. So tell me, why did it fail?
Well, operations hates to run on an unreliable main pump. The rotating equipment specialists recommend operations to regularly switch over the pumps, which is also an additional work with the risk that the unit trips.
Aha! Do you think we can describe a solution that is best for all and that the stakeholders involved will agree to?
It seems just a procedural aspect, well in line with the direction of the solution we defined. Let me work this out.
Okay. Any progress on cause 3?
Oh yes, George explained about pump cavitation. He said that a special impeller might help reduce the sensitivity of the pumps for cavitation. However, this needs some engineering work to enable the equipment vendor to make an offer.
Of course. So, this is a solution where we need to invest in engineering work and complete the management of change procedure. As you said, this will take some time.
Yes, so I would like to follow up with the switchover policy first and progress the cavitation aspects next.
Do you think that if we address the oil change and realize a pump switchover implementation, the problem is sufficiently addressed?
Addressing the first 2 causes will avoid additional problems, but it is the cavitation issue that has given the beta pump its unreliable image and the reason why operations doesn't trust it. You are right. This issue will only be truly resolved if we address the pump cavitation problem. I will follow this up too.
Hi, Brenda. Remember the reliability issue on the feed pump 7 weeks ago? Where are we with the solutions?
Good that you asked, John. The oil change was a matter of separating the preventive maintenance task for the standby pump from the oil change task for the main pump in our system. These tasks were combined in the system, so we could not track if individual tasks were done. We also indicated that the standby pump oil needs to be changed, even when it runs less.
Sounds good. And the switchover?
I discussed the situation with the operational shifts, and I could really make use of the analysis we did. Surprisingly, they recognized the situation and agreed that high-priority pump repairs was not the best approach. So the rotating equipment department said that the preferred approach is a 5-1 switchover, running the main for 5 months and the standby for 1 month. Operations liked this, but said it would rather start with a 3-1 approach, running the main for 3 months and the standby for 1 month with 3 starts a year. Cause and effect tree really helps explain the situation and supports implementation. It is fascinating to see that because we avoided defensive reasoning and solution reasoning, there is better acceptance of the analysis and solution suggested. And because causal reasoning is positive, I see more support for it. It has really made a difference.
I'm glad you think that way.
The question now is, do we see a weakness why this might fail over time?
Well, Brenda, if the standby pump is not running regularly, how does operations know it can rely on the pump? The first question we can ask operations is, when did you last see the beta pump running to feed the gas plant? If no one can recall the last time we ran the beta pump, operations should feel uneasy about its reliability condition, which is a potential threat to availability.
Indeed, but it also relates to the cavitation issue. So to avoid cavitation, when we do the pump switchover, we reduce the plant throughput by 20% for an hour. This makes the pumps run more stable and avoids a plant trip.
Good idea. And the last cause?
I know. The last one is always the hard one. George did a good job investigating the options. To eliminate cavitation and its associated damage, the pump manufacturer recommends modifying the shape of the impeller inlet to change the pressure profile to prevent fluid stall in the low-pressure areas of the impeller. This maintains adequate vapor pressure margin across the impeller and prevents cavitation from occurring. We have a technical proposal with a budget price, and I will write the plant change to get the modifications done. The pump manufacturer was very confident, so we agreed to a no-cure, no-pay agreement. I have no doubt this will work.
You have done a very thorough investigation here, Brenda.
Thank you, but I cannot thank you enough for telling me about causal reasoning. It is so straightforward and powerful that I will use it in daily practice. I thought I was taking care of the problems, but I see now that it wasn't always the most effective way.
I can understand. Conducting investigations over the years helped us observe the many ways in which problems occur. We consistently see room for improvement in our delivered performance compared to the desired performance. We realize that each investigation is a new and specific discovery of causes that are discoverable only if we are willing to let go of what we have believed and trusted so far. We saw quite often that effort and money are spent on solutions that did not give us the performance we desired.
I know. I completely agree.
We just cannot afford for the problems to repeat. We are learning that when we jump to solutions before we validate causes, this will continue again and again. Short-term successes may give the impression that we are doing well, but the hidden causes that we leave in place will remain invisible until they eventually line up to create repeat failures.
I cannot agree more. Understanding causal reasoning has made me more confident about solving problems.
This brings us to the end of the causal reasoning course for everyday problem solving. We followed John, our production unit manager, and Brenda, our shift supervisor, in the analysis of a production performance problem where the gas plant lost a day's production as the feed pump broke down. We saw that each investigation is a new and specific discovery of causes that are discoverable only if we let go of what we have believed and trusted so far. Causal reasoning makes it easy to let go of our beliefs with the 5-question approach. What is the problem? What do we think caused the problem? What evidence do we have about the causes? What solutions do we have in mind? How will the solutions address the causes of the problem? Each question is provided with further explanation to drive value step by step and provide effective solutions. We saw there was also room for improvement where the problem was partly written down and included suggestions for solutions. And so the problem was prejudging the analysis. We also saw that the problem was stated as the absence of a particular solution. Problem statements often are not very clear about what actually happened or what was expected to happen. During the cause analysis, we saw that defensive reasoning and solution reasoning limited our ability to find causality. Causal reasoning focuses on what happened and is positive in reasoning. A cause and effect tree helps to build overview of the situation where a timeline can be used to get better insight in the sequence of events. It is good to have an idea of the direction of the solutions you have in mind. Where addressing all main causes with solutions will be necessary to give us the performance we want. Thank you for joining us in this causal reasoning course.
Okay. Can we put perfect? So now I would like you to take your phones and answer 3 questions that are in Menti using the following code. Okay. Can we pop in the screen? Okay, let's see what the right answer is. Okay. Well, it seems some people were a bit confused, but it's okay, it takes time, and we will get better. Can we move to the next one? Thank you. Okay. Separate causes and effects. Okay, let's see the results. Okay. Okay.
It's my hint. Yeah.
Well, we need a bit of improvement here. Let's hope that the third question, we will make it.
Who's going to win?
Okay. Let's see. We finally got one. Excellent job. Okay, we will become better. It's something new. And now I will hand over to Elizabeth that together we will do a small exercise. And maybe this will help us understand more causal reasoning. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Brilliant. Okay, still some opportunities to learn. You've seen this slide before. So why are we thinking about causal reasoning? Because we want to find the real causes and what we need to do to improve. I'm going to take you through an exercise where you'll be looking for an observation, an insight, and a conclusion. At the CEO conference, you did something similar to this exercise using a Tenerife air disaster. And that might be something that you yourselves have done in your companies. It may have been cascaded down to you. We're not going to do that. We're not going to look even at an incident. We're going to think about a problem statement to show you that causal reasoning applies when you're thinking about anything, any problem, not just an incident. So in this exercise, we're going to be looking at these three aspects, but first I want you to focus on observations. So on your tables, I think you've got an OIC template. Have you got bits of paper? An OIC template. Very good. So to begin with, you're going to be thinking about observations, but don't put it in the observation column yet. I'd like you to doodle round the outside, because I'm going to ask you as a table to come up with as many observations. You haven't seen the problem statement yet. I'll show you that in a moment. But I'm going to ask you first to be putting as many observations as you can. Because an observation is, what data strikes you about that problem? And it's an observation without assessment. Okay? So I'd like you to know who's going to be speaking to me at the end. I might not have time to come to every table, but I'd like you to at least agree who's making the notes for your table and might say something. Remember your causal reasoning mindset. So you might find that by not writing something that didn't happen. Don't write a negative statement. Don't come up with a solution. I'm not looking for your insights or your conclusions, just your observations. And actually, although I've given a short, did I put 10 minutes on this? Yes. It'll probably take you much less than 10 minutes just to write your quick observations. So what's the problem we're going to be looking at? And we're thinking about crewing and the numbers of crew and having the right quality of crew by stating the number of sufficiently skilled crew members in the industry available crew pool is less than those required by the industry. And you might agree that you don't have difficulty getting enough people onto your vessels, but maybe you can't find the right people who you can promote to captain, or you can't find the right people with even the basic skills to read the manuals in English. The current attrition rate is higher than the number of people entering or returning to this industry. So that means the number of people leaving, maybe taking early retirement, is higher than the people that you're getting in and getting trained at the right level to fill your positions. why are we talking about this in Partners in Safety? Well, if you've had to promote people who you haven't yet trained or don't have the capacity or don't have the skills yet into a higher position, then they might not yet have absorbed all the things that you need them to absorb to be the safest person in that position. So safety can be impacted by not having enough people or not having people of the sufficient quality. So I'm going to ask you now, just to quickly introduce yourselves to the people on your table. I'm sure you know each other already. And just spend 10 or less minutes coming up with some observations, just round the edge of your paper, and make sure there's somebody who is prepared to speak to me at the end. This is your problem statement. You're just writing your observations.
All clear? We are discussing observation of insufficient number of seafarers, and then we are discussing their skill level, correct?
I'm saying that even if you can produce 5,000 a week, if they're not skilled, they're not good enough for me.
Then, yes, if they're not skilled, then you haven't actually got them.
So we don't, exactly, we don't have enough people, plus if maybe we don't have enough proper schools to have the skill.
Okay, I just wanted to check you're on with it. You are.
That's a very nice side.
You can.
Do you wish us to elaborate on this or find another general statement, a problem?
We're all doing this one.
So we do that.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you expect from us? Because we're a little bit confused.
That's okay. Can you write some observations that strike you about this problem statement?
Strike us.
Yeah, something that you think about. What do you observe from this problem statement?
Okay, if this is true or not, something like that, or
yeah, so not,
if there's any impact that we recognize.
So not taking it too far into an insight, but I've jotted 4 things down that I think about numbers.
Also a forecast of how this will impact the industry?
No.
No, only just the observation.
Mm-hmm. That's an observation like there is a lack of skilled crew members.
Yes.
This is an observation, something like
yes.
Simple.
Yes. You might want to say coming into the industry, or too many people are leaving, or just how do we get to this problem?
Okay, how do we end it?
Not how we end it, because we're going to take insights, conclusions, and then still we're not even going to get to the solution. Okay? So just don't take it too far. It's really quick. I'm just checking everybody's okay with the problem here. You're looking at me like you are okay.
Yeah, no,
yeah?
we are okay, but it's like everything is in here, right?
Yes, all the answers there in this statement. That's why it's quick.
Let's say that we just take the bullets, like putting in the right box.
At the moment, we're just writing around this. So you might want to say, about the numbers coming in, the numbers going out, but the skill levels.
Sort of rephrasing, let's say.
Maybe. I've got about 4 points that come out of this as observations, but you might get something different. I'm just checking you're okay? Yeah. You're all, oh, good. I'm just checking you're okay? Yeah, good, good. I know the answers though. Yeah, hi. That's okay, go ahead.
Very little, very little.
Only a little.
So exactly, that's the, we need to pick up some observation from that state.
That's right,
Correct?
that's right.
But we are just repeating what
You are mainly just repeating that, yes.
Just repeating what we
Just, there might be different aspects of it that you're repeating. So the numbers coming in, the numbers going out, maybe about the level of skills and training.
Okay, so
Yeah.
practically we split the statement.
Maybe, yes. It's just a simple observation. It's not an insight yet. The insight's more difficult. Okay. Yeah, please do.
I'm a bit confused.
Okay, that's okay.
Because we are seeing a problem statement.
Yes.
And we are observing now the problem statement,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
But here, I cannot place an assumption of what I believe why this is happening. I have just to state that I have to repeat these 3 lines.
Yes.
The summary of these 3 lines. Or I have to say,
yes.
This, okay, we have a less number of skilled crews because this actually happens.
The because is the insight.
Okay.
Yeah, so we haven't got
So
to
as
that.
a first
So
step,
the observation is not.
it's not very difficult. It's very high level, very similar to the problem statement.
Okay.
So, yeah, what if we say, I mean, that the maritime industry is not popular or not attractive to the young generation?
That's you're beginning to get into an insight there. So if you take it back a step, you might say there aren't enough young people entering.
Okay, so we have to observe and let's say identify the problem.
A lot of it's already in the problem statement.
So, in fact, this is the observation.
Nearly.
Okay.
Very nearly, yes. You're all doing okay? Yeah? Very good. I'm sure you're all okay.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm just checking you're all okay?
No,
You're okay?
I'm okay, but not the speaker.
I think when I point at this table, there'll be some argument, I guess. But you're okay with what you needed to do? Yeah, I know the answer. I know the answer. You're struggling? That's okay. How can I help you? I came to see if you're okay with her.
Άννα, να κάνεις το σκόπο για να κάνεις represent τη νέα γενιά. We're looking for a spokesman and we try to promote the young generation.
I already spoke with them.
Yeah, this is true. That's true. Has to be a willing volunteer. Okay, so I think you're all right there. Hey, you're okay. That's okay.
We can understand the exercise.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. Can you explain us what we have to do?
Yeah, just sorry. I'm trying to do it without it. So you're just taking.
Everybody can hear you now. We don't want to give up.
You can? Maybe. Oh, from that one. Yeah, it's stuck right up there. You can't. So. No, it's not watching. They're not watching. So you're thinking just about the observations. So you don't want to be thinking going any further into the insights, but what are the basic facts that you can draw out of the problem statement? Okay? Yes. Just Yes, what do you observe? The answer is very similar to the problem statement itself.
Yeah, but we have to write it down.
Yes.
Here, observation.
Well, just round the edge, and then you will go on further with just one observation.
Only the observation, not the insights, the observation.
That's right.
Observation.
Just, you might have 10 observations on each table, and then we'll do the next exercise with just one of those observations.
So we may consider that in this case the observation is just the attrition rate.
You might say you don't have enough people coming in, you've got too many people going out, you're not attracting people in schools.
It has to be defined, like a figure, like a number.
No, you won't know a number. In reality.
Just a fact.
Yes. Just really simple statements. That's okay. How can I help?
Because we see the problem statement is exactly actual observation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So a lot of the observation is in.
We should not go to assessments. Only
That's right.
or assumptions.
That's right.
We break down the statement.
Yes.
Break down the problem statement.
Yes, you'll find the observations in the statement without going further.
Okay.
Okay? You all okay? But you have a question, or you? Okay. That's a good answer. I'm okay, good to see you. I wanted to find out you're okay. You have any questions?
We're getting somewhere. We're not sure if it's the correct route. But
Okay. Okay, so it's just the observations, real simple, what's in the statement. If you want to.
It pays out finally. Being a woman in this industry. Insufficient skill crew. The one is this observation.
Okay.
Required number.
Yes. So why don't you have enough? It's to do with how many are coming in, how many are going out.
This, yes, more people leaving than entering.
Yes.
And the insufficient number of who impact safety. This is an observation.
Yes, it does. But that's not. It's true, and that's why we're doing it. But that's not. That's just part of something I've written to justify it. Something that I wrote to justify why we're doing it. We're just really looking at numbers. Hi, you just came to see if you're doing okay over here. Perfect. You might still have the answers. It's sometimes easier with just two people. Okay, shall we have a little listen to what some of you have been talking about? Let's bring this together. So I think maybe you thought it was a difficult exercise, and I think some of the problem is it's much more simple at this stage than you think. So I'm just going to come to some tables and see if you can give me, I've jotted down about 4. You might have some different ones. Let's see what some of the observations were. So maybe we start in the back corner. So I don't know, what table number are you? What number are you? What table? You do on the microphone. Who did you decide was going to be the speaker? They're passing the microphone desperately between them. Nobody wants to start. Grab a microphone, somebody. Well, you've just had 10. Can somebody tell me? What was one of your observations? Just one of them. Just one. Oh, very brave, thank you. They're at number 3.
The one of our observation is the availability of the crew. It means that we don't have a a big number of seafarers to be on board in our vessels.
I missed a word. You don't have enough what?
Seafarers.
You don't have enough seafarers joining the profession.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the number of people applying is less than the number required. Can we phrase it like that?
Yes.
So the number of people applying to be a seafarer is less than the number that you require.
Correct.
Brilliant, see? You did have it. Fantastic. Can we go over here maybe? What was one of your observations? We're on table 8. I've no idea about the microphones. Very good.
Thank you. So we tried to pick up an observation. Is number of skilled sailors is not sufficient.
Okay, so you don't have sufficient. So we're thinking of the reasons why, and you've got several statements in that observation. So one of them matches what was said before. The number of people applying is less than the number required.
Yes, we have more people leaving than people coming in.
Okay, and so another part are people are leaving and before joining.
Yes.
Not before joining, sorry. The number of people leaving are more than the people joining.
Arriving and joining, yes.
So you've got that an imbalance. Okay, great. Another observation. Okay, let's head over here. What table are we on? This is 10. Who's speaking? Perfect. You need to turn it on. I don't know. Oh.
Okay. All right. I think the first reason is the fleet expansion globally, so we need more and more seafarers. And here comes the second one that...
I hear murmur in the room. Could we just listen? Thank you. Say that again. Thank you.
So we have fleet expansion globally, so we need more and more seafarers. But sometimes we don't give them the motivation. This probably is going to be money, the promotion that we need. So we do not have new seafarers in the industry. So some of them, they're retired or they're going to offices. And we need more and more seafarers, so we don't have them. Another reason...
Okay, we'll stop there. So some of what you were giving me there were insights. We're going into the next little bit. So what you're actually telling me is the number of people applying is less than the number required.
Yes.
Perfect. That's another observation. Okay, so we've covered about 2 of my 4. Shall we come over here? Can you give me an observation? What did you observe about that problem statement? Go on.
Okay, we observed that there is a quality problem of the crew members that they are employing.
Yes. Okay. So the quality can apply in different places.
Yes,
but
we discuss about training, but it's the standard of trainings. But maybe there are also other causes. It's the low quality of a seafarer. It cannot be only the training.
Okay.
It has to do with many things.
Yeah, so one of the things that I jotted down was the quality of the people applying is lower than the minimum standard that can be trained to enter the profession. So we're talking about people coming in, and so maybe the quality of the people applying is lower than the minimum standard that can be trained to enter the profession.
Yes, but...
I think there's more observations there. I was trying to get it down to 1.
Yes, because there is this issue that, okay, I take a low-quality seafarer, but what can I provide to him in order to bring him in my standards? Can I provide him something to improve his quality?
Okay, that's going to take us into the next stage, thinking about insights. We'll take one more. See if you hit any more of my points that I jotted down. What about over here? We're on table 16. We've got an observation, just one.
Okay, actually we are on the same page with the previous tables with regards to the no adequate number of skilled crew, and that we are in an undermanned industry with a low rate of people coming in rather than those who are goes out. And I want to comment something about the safety performance culture on board. That is why we have issues with the manning of our pool. We don't have skilled people, so we have undermanning and we have safety implications on board.
Great. So that's picking up some of the observations, but also some of the insights and implications of that. What I was hoping to do is that you just take one insight and now you just take one observation and now look at an insight and a conclusion. Let's just look at what I mean by that. What do I mean by an insight? It's your so what. You've made the observation, so what? And some of you have kind of stated those in what you were giving me as an observation. So you're giving meaning to that observation. And then if you'd look at the conclusions for me, so we're not even getting as far as solutions here, just looking at some conclusions. And it's a reasonable assumption that you can make based on that insight. Okay, so your observations, what you observed, and you don't want to have any defensive or solution reasoning in that, but you want to continue that causal reasoning mindset as you go into an insight and a conclusion. And so that we're not all doing exactly the same observation, I'd like to give you observations around the room so that you can have a go at this exercise. So, the one that most of you said, and there are lots of insights into this. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables can look at, and somebody will want to jot this down in your orange box. The number of people applying is less than the number required. So there are lots and lots of insights into that and some conclusions. Okay. Now, the second observation, I think this comes out of what I was told over here. So maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. We look at the quality of the people applying is lower than the minimum standard that can be trained to enter the profession. So the quality of the people applying is lower than the minimum standard that can be trained to enter the profession. So, there's another quite a big one. So we'll say this table, this one, and these two. And if you look at the observation that people are leaving before retirement, maybe about 10% are leaving before they get to retirement. People are leaving before retirement. So people are retiring early, about 10%. That's your observation. That's your observation, and you're going to take that into an insight and conclusion. So just that one observation. So we've talked about coming in, we've talked about the quality, we've talked about people leaving, but the final tables over here, and I didn't hear this come up when you were giving me your observations, but it's one that I jotted down, so I hope you don't mind doing it. It's the number of children and young people thinking of crewing vessels as a career is less than the number required. The number of children and young people thinking of crewing vessels as a career is less than the number required. Okay? So if you haven't got somebody thinking about it some period during school, then they won't even be there at the start to be trained by you. All right, so hopefully that will take you down an education route. All right, so if we just spend just a little time on that. So hopefully you've got some insights already from your first bit of conversation.
Is it quality of people applying or quality of people trained?
Applying. So
Applying for part-time jobs.
yes. So you can do something about training them if they're at a certain standard. But if you've got people who are applying who, for example, can't read or write, then they're probably not going to be any good in your training program, are they? You have a minimum standard for your training program.
Sure.
They probably have to be able to read and write, for example. But if people are applying, can't even read or write, then you've got a different problem. You've got a chunk of training to do first.
Yeah,
Okay?
but the people, suppose that the people applying for part-time jobs, they are meeting the STCW minimum standards, or IMO minimum standards in terms of training.
So I'm suggesting that when you have a problem of not enough people coming in, people solve that by allowing people in who don't have the potential to get to where you need them to get. So they're not good enough quality at the start.
In order to reach a higher position.
A higher position, or there might be some people who can't even get to a basic position. Okay?
The number of people applying less than the number of people required is our observation. So the number of people applying at a shipping company to go on board, the number of people applying to become seafarers.
Yes, but yes to both. It doesn't matter. I'm hoping you're going to write about the attractiveness of the job, how the number of hours that you might be working, the fact that people. Yes, they might have grown up with lots of apps on their phone, and now you're asking them to read documents. It might be that they don't like shifts.
So this does not overlap with the other observation we talked about. The number of the children thinking about this career is less.
There could be some overlap. I'm hoping they're going to talk about education in schools, which doesn't come into your bit. I tried to split it up. I tried to guess.
Expansion is in our, we can say that.
Yes, you could.
Less
yes.
Because, we need more. That is why.
Yes.
Because we focus on the number.
Yeah. That the number is going up faster than could be supplied, than had been predicted earlier, and so that you haven't got the supply chain. Okay.
Again, for the same thing, for the people applying.
The number of people applying.
Quality of the people
the quality,
applying.
yes.
So could we say that the people have no interest in the job? It's my insight, right?
Yes, and then I would take that kind of further in your conclusions, or in that insight you could take it further, and then your conclusion.
Do we need a conclusion as well?
Yes, we're doing insights and conclusions now. So
because they were forced to do the job.
So yes, they were. Their parents made them do it because they needed money, rather than it being that they were really good at computer programming, but there were no computer programming jobs in their country, so their father said, "Get a job, and it has to be this one." Yep. Yes, make that a short sentence, but yes.
So we've got to have the insight and the conclusion to
yes.
that.
Yes.
Okay.
So the conclusion, kind of when you're thinking about people being forced, is that you're wanting to then make it attractive once they're there. So you don't have to go as far as solving it, but that's your conclusion, is that in this instance, when you're talking about somebody forced, that might be their initial perceived quality rather than the real quality that they are. So there might be a chance to increase that by making the job more attractive. And that's a different answer to if you've got somebody who has lower skills, because you're going to try and fill that skill gap. Okay?
Yeah, because sometimes it goes from generation to generation. So some kids join
yeah.
the community, the maritime community, because it is
expected of them. The first 3 sons have to do it, the daughters get out of it. I don't know, whatever, yes.
So could that be a reason?
It could be. It's never a complete reason, because they could be forced to do it and still be of a sufficient quality. Okay? I hear lots and lots of discussion in the room. Just half a minute more, and then I'll hear from just a few of the tables. Just half a minute more, because I think you've managed to get a really good discussion out of this. Okay, let's come together as one big group again. Okay, let's be ready to listen. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so the purpose of this was to get you to understand the principle of an OIC. It's not to come up with any solutions, and even if you were doing an OIC like you've been doing, at that point, you would still not have solutions. You would still have to keep it going until you got to a solution. This is just the start of your causal reasoning. But what I was hoping for that is a selection of tables could give me their insight and conclusion very quickly, but make sure that you're using causal reasoning type language. And by that I mean something that's not defensive. So somebody didn't do something, or they don't come because. And not using that solution yet. You're still wanting to be open-minded about this process. So I'm going to sweep around the room this way. So I'll just take one table who was looking at the first one. So your observation was the number of people applying is less than the number required. So which table haven't I spoken to? I haven't. Did you do that one? I think so. Lovely. Who's taking the microphone? Is it table 7?
I am, yes.
Perfect. So really quickly, just an insight and a conclusion.
So the industry seems not attractive for more people to come.
Okay.
Also, the industry does not fulfill the expectations of the existing personnel, so they're leaving, because we have people not coming and more people leaving.
Okay. What kind of reasoning does that feel like from you? Can anybody say what kind of reasoning that statement feels like? People aren't coming. They just aren't coming. It's not attractive. Okay, so that's quite a defensive statement, isn't it? And so we want to be answering this thinking causally, using our causal reasoning mindset. So thinking about making positive statements, so spinning what you're saying around. So you might be talking about the attractiveness, but you might be talking about young people are attracted to these other jobs, because that's a positive observation, as opposed to thinking about that they weren't attracted. So that will help you expand out all the answers that you might get from that. Does that make sense? That was an insight. Did you tell me a conclusion that came out of that one?
Conclusion are low safety standards, low performance, increase of incidents, or whatsoever.
Okay, so that might be an end result of that, a knock-on of that, but you could conclude something positive about the attractiveness. So if you were thinking about attractiveness, and you were saying something like somebody from young people want a job in IT, you could say something like, well, let's gamify the training to make it look more like an IT job. And that's how you make a positive statement using your causal reasoning. I don't know whether that's the right answer, but it's just off the top of my head of how you can use that positive causal reasoning mindset to take you down that pathway. But it sounds like you had a good conversation. Thank you very much. Okay, we talked about the quality, and I think this table is keen to tell me something about the quality of the people coming in. Is that, I can't read it, 9, is it? I think it's 9. Okay, so what was just one of your insights and conclusions? Think about the quality of the people applying is lower than the minimum.
Well, as previously said, we believe so because some people coming into the industry are not interested in the job, and because for instance, they were forced to join the maritime profession.
Okay, so they didn't make an active decision to join. They were forced to, and so maybe it's an attitude rather than really a quality problem. And so what was your conclusion as a result of that?
Well, it's because it goes from generation to generation, as you know, as discussed previously, and it wasn't their decision to join.
That's right, and that's your insight. Is there a conclusion as a company how you might respond to that?
You mean turn around?
Yeah, go ahead.
The way I'm thinking is that maybe appropriate promotion of maritime profession by the state, by each individual state, in order to promote the maritime profession across the younger generations and get higher standards applicants.
Okay, so that's about something positive you can do to attract more people, and that might be to do with the state. Thank you. So somewhere around here, I know you've spoken, but you haven't you haven't spoken on the microphone. So people are leaving before retirement. So this is the attrition. So what are we going to do about that? What was your insight?
Okay, I'll try.
I don't know what, 11, I think?
So, the first reaction is the joke.
I don't think it's on. There's a button at the bottom.
Magic finger.
Okay.
So our first reaction as a joke was we are paying them too much so they can afford yearly retirement. But to be serious, we looked at it from different perspective, and we concluded that it might be, and it's most certainly, two reasons. A, the work environment and on board is getting more and more challenging. Huge demand, new rules, new regulations, new demand for stricter compliance, more difficult lifestyle comparing to what they can find ashore. In the same time, in many countries, the salaries ashore are getting higher, so the gap is getting less and less, so people are finding the alternative employment and they retire from sea carrier and move ashore. Okay. This is actually our insight.
Okay,
and
some insights why people are being drawn away from the industry early, and you concluded?
And we concluded that the industry needs to do something about this. And care for people, making compliance easier, revisiting terms and conditions of seafarers, including duration on board, environment on board, living standard on board, stuff like internet nowadays. Seafarers come into crewing agency and first question they ask, do you provide free internet? If not, they go to somebody else. And this is a reality. We need to consider this. Life goes on and people would like to enjoy the life being at sea. And this is something which we need to look at.
Brilliant. So you can see, hopefully, from just that, looking at that causally, you can bring out lots of different conclusions, which hopefully you would be able to bring down into solutions and work on them, if that...
But reducing salary is also on the table.
Oh dear. So, let's come right over here. Which table haven't I spoken to this table? I don't think... I'm coming right over here. Who's taken the microphone on? 19. I thought so. So the number of children and young people thinking of crewing inland vessels as a career is less than the number required. I don't think it's turned on. There's a button towards the bottom.
Okay, so we had a lot to say here. The industry is not luring.
Keep listening, please, ladies and gentlemen.
The industry is not luring, and it is very demanding. There are no shore leaves nowadays. So in the past, people thought that I'm going to become a seafarer to see the world. Now we don't have time. The vessels come in and out, and they leave. They don't have time to see the world. So this was something that it was attractive, which now doesn't exist.
And how did young people know about that in the first place?
Okay, interesting that you mentioned that. At least in Greece, that I can say, there is no Greek family with a seafarer, at least, without a seafarer in the family. So everyone, even if it's not very close, I mean, it's not a father or an uncle, they know how the shipping is in Greece. Another thing is that nowadays, people are better educated, which means that they have the opportunity to go to university and look for a good salary ashore, whereas in the past we didn't have this opportunity. So being a seafarer was a way out of poverty. And
out of those insights, what was your conclusion?
That we need to make business more luring, invest in make life on board easier, and improve well-being.
Okay, all right, so some different thoughts to make it more attractive and letting people know at an early age that it's an attractive career, and by doing so, that they'll come and join you. So thank you very much for taking part in that exercise. There is another little part that I will set as kind of homework for you, if you like a little bit of a challenge for yourself. So we've talked about defensive solution and causal reasoning. You'd had that this morning. You've had that in the video. And so the three types of reasoning. And what I was hoping that you'd be able to do is just take one of your conclusions. Not now, you'll be heading off to lunch in a moment, but take one of those conclusions and see if you can write it three ways. See if you can write it defensively, come in with a solution, and then you've probably already written it causally. But see if you can write it the three different ways and find the distinction. So I wanted to sum up by saying that it's imperative to focus on what did happen. So avoiding didn't. It's got to be an actual observation. So think positively. There's always more than one root cause. It's very easy to use some investigation techniques that once you've got a solution, it really is taking you down that path. But by broadening it out, you can often get to many root causes. And that doesn't just stop it happening the next time, but it stops it for good. It helps you to look at the situation from all angles. And that shift in mindset that I'm hoping you're starting to become aware of is something that can affect your day-to-day life, your day-to-day problem solving, and not just implementing it when something goes wrong. There you are. We've got lunch next, and if you could come back, it says 14:30 on your notes. If we could get back for 14:15 and start a little bit early. I've been told that there's so much excitement this afternoon that you will want to be back for 14:15. Okay? Brilliant. Thanks very much.
I try to approach, to examine a real-life incident that happened in our fleet using the causal reasoning approach. Of course, I used only the knowledge as provided to us in the January conference, without having seen, of course, the course you have seen before. And I tried to make it very simple, very basic, to be easily understood, and the way that it was presented during the last conference. First of all, I would like to tell you some things about the incident. This incident happened to our dry division, but is applicable, of course, to tankers as well. It refers to an incident that occurred during a maneuvering incident, mooring incident during pilotage. It was a vessel that approaching the port of Piraeus, and it was the 1st of May. It is also important that it was a public holiday. The master and the pilot are of Greeks, the same nationality. And coincidentally, they were known to each other from the past times. So the vessel was automatically generated a very good rapport, a very good atmosphere, very positive emotions between them. They discussed the maneuver. The maneuver required 3 tags in order to be effective. At the time they started, there were only 2 tags at sea, and the 3rd tag was supposed to join in the process. The vessel started approaching the harbor. The pilot was under, I would say, time pressure because it was a public holiday. It was the only one working at that time, with only shift, and there was plenty of vessels to assist, and he was under time pressure. He wanted to finish early, to join another vessel, and so on. So they agreed, and they started. During, actually, the approach, the positive feelings that were evident, we discovered, of course, later on from the VDR recordings. There were casual dialogues, not actually engaging to the safety of the exercise. And while they were approaching, there were not the certain elements of the safety that were really compromised because of that. On board the bridge, there were also other navigating officers, experienced ones of different nationality, not Greek. And another important element is that the master and the pilot talking to the Greek language and also talking Greek to the tugboats, meaning that the rest of the staff, they have not the ability to interact. Another element is that there were no weather concerns. The weather was okay, slight gusts, but not really an issue for this incident. The vessel was approaching. The 3rd tag never came, although there was a time to stop the operation or turn the vessel and avoid what happened. You see what happened. They insisted on the target. The master avoided to intervene, to exercise his overriding authority. The pilot was really adamant, and he continued the operation, and see what happened. In this attempt, I will try to use the same methodology as we learned in January about observation, insight, and conclusion. And I have categorized, we can do it for plenty of observations, but for the purpose of the exercise, in order to be simple and easily digestible, I have only identified the 3 basic things. One, with regards to the risk-taking of the exercise, the observation is that the master of pilot, same nationality, knowing to each other from past times, talking the same language. The insight from this observation is that automatically a rapport is generated, positive emotions were evident, generated, and trust. How long time do you need to build trust with a pilot? you are more skeptical under normal circumstances. But now, it was different because they were known. Actually, their relationship was that when the pilot was acting pilot and not retired to start a career as a port pilot, he was a master in a vessel that our master was cadet. And they had a very good time and very good feelings. So the conclusion from this insight is that the master's adherence to the safety protocol is compromised. He was not so strict as it used to be in normal times. He was very easy to accept the pilot's statements, the pilot's intention to move fast. He also failed to exercise his overriding authority and stop the pilot or intervene. He didn't do. He didn't even question the whole exercise. Another observation, as regards to the resource management, refers to the fact that although they were experienced navigating officers on board, none of them intervened, perhaps basically because of the language barrier, but also because they saw the good rapport, they saw the good cooperation. They couldn't understand and evaluate and examine, but they over-relied to the master's pilot report and became complacent. I mean, they disconnected from their duty to be vigilant and alert, and they just relied on the relationship of the other two, that they are in command and they know better. And the conclusion we extract from this observation is that the extra safety layers from the British management are, of course, gone, are disabled because the extra eyes, they are not looking actively. The third observation from this incident that it was a public holiday, skeleton staff at the port. The pilot was stressed. He had a lot to do, plenty of vessels to serve. Perhaps certainly he was stressed by time. Perhaps he was also tired. It's also a case of potential fatigue. And that's the insight from this observation. And the conclusion is that the pilot acts under pressure for the sake of time saving, and this pressure is also passed to the master. At this point, I would like to take a view of those observations and facts and try to identify elements of psychology, the psychodynamics, that were present in this incident. First of all, there is a theory of the positive emotions and risk. I have put in brackets the scientific proofs and the theories as reported in the international literature. So, positive emotions and risk is a theory that says that if we have positive emotions for a person, and particularly when time pressure is present, we are ready, we are prepared to take risks more than usual. We become more prone to take risks and to follow the others than usual. So if our captain was really, and he was, a very careful person, and very careful person as he should be, because of the positive emotions with the pilot, and because of the time pressure, he accelerated the level of his risk. He took risks that normally he would never take. And this is an approach, it's a psychological study that exists. I mean, humans usually act like this, can apply to all of us. The next observation is psychological safety is a known principle. We have also discussed here in the Partners in Safety Forum. Refers, of course, to the ability of the other people, of everyone on board to open his mouth and speak, to intervene. Everyone can be a safety leader, can be empowered to stop an unsafe action. This didn't happen here. Although it's not a part of this examination, but I mean, it's not proved 100%. There were actually some issues with the character of the master. He was not harsh. He was not a bad guy. He's an excellent master and an excellent guy. But he was not He was a little bit of the old school. He was not opening the dialogue to his officers. So perhaps it is also the fact that the guys on the bridge, they were not feeling totally safe to open their mouth and speak and intervene and correct the master. The other psychological element is that the theory of that the emotions are contagious. Indeed, emotions are contagious. If a pilot was stressed, this stress, to a certain degree, is passed to the master as well. If one of our colleagues is stressed or depressed, it is possible these emotions to pass to us. The optimistic view of this statement is that not only the negative feelings are contagious, the negative emotions, but also the positive. In that case, it was the stressed pilot that passed this urgency, this unnecessary urgency, to our master and make him more prone to take risks and make mistakes. And the last is this cognitive lockup. This is also a very well-known principle. It is present in many accidents, particularly in the airline, meaning that this principle says that if we have a goal and we fix our mind to a goal, we start gradually disconnect from reality. And the closer we are coming to the goal, the more we disconnect from reality. The unreasonable become reasonable, and we do not see. We have a cognitive tunneling. We see only the goal. The pilot was under this influence. He was looking only at the pier and how to make the vessel alongside the pier at any cost. There was time to turn the vessel. There was time to stop the vessel. The third tag that was crucial for the operation was not there anyway. So he decided only to proceed with the operation. And although our master, from the voice recordings, he really prompted the very, very last moment that something is wrong, he replied saying, "I know better." And he continued focusing, and the accident happened. So those 4 elements, psychological factors, they do not appear in any investigation model from the traditional models of our industry. But they are also hidden in this particular incident and perhaps to many other incidents as well. Summarizing, the main 3 categories of observations and insights and conclusion, and many more, as I told you, this is summarized in order to make it more easy to understand. Is an example, is not the full investigation. We can identify more observations and the subsequent insights and subsequent conclusions. But this is basically how the industry wants us to work, to identify the reasons and then extract the lessons learned and the root causes. And the diligence stops here, stops at this point. We do not touch other reasons. We do not go deep. Causal reasoning is a tool that will allow us to go deeper. And that's very positive. That's very optimistic. But my humble opinion is that the diligence must start at this point because psychological factors that really influence the case are omitted. And those are very important because really will help us understand plenty of things, a lot of things. Can understand that really people make mistakes and why. Can understand what is the context, and if there is any error in the context. We can also understand that really the blame fixes nothing because such things can happen to any of us. Any of us. If all can be blamed, so there is no blame. So the whole 5 principles are also included here. But basically, the solutions that included in the causal reasoning process needs to be based on somewhere. And this provides a very solid, indisputable base that the solutions are addressed with arguments. So closing, I would like to say that instead of stopping the diligence here and conclude investigation reports, and we are all happy because the industry is pressing us actually to deliver something on time, and we think that everything is fine, and it is convenient for us, the real investigation, when we want to identify the real reasons and learn the real lessons from these incidents, we have to go one step further and examine the human factors. Thank you. At this point, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague, Captain George.
Thank you. Thank you, George.
I will stay in the floor as well.
I don't know why we are trapped, the same people here and presenting. I was having this question to the focus group. And some people say the notice was short. And some others say that there were no volunteers. And some others say maybe we have not done very well encouraging people. So I'm trying now to create a context today, right now, in order to see the next time the new generation, other people presenting what we are presenting today. So there are few tips. There are two or three types of presenter. One type of presenter is the type of George and Antonis. These are very, very smart people. And if you give them the right time, they can present something very nice, as you have seen today, with young people, experienced people sharing a lot of information. So this is the one part. There are other type of facilitators like me. They are not so smart. You will see also that my English is not so perfect. Actually, my Greek is also not good because I grew in Germany, but anyway, the fact is that what I will try to present today is some incidents. So, and when I say incidents, if you present an incident, it's a storytelling by itself. So you don't need to do much. You only need a young guy preparing the presentation with the tips, with the skills and all that. So, Ileana, when is the next workshop? October 19. How many months we have? So, Ileana, you know, the focus group, Adonis, Christos, Despina, I don't know if I miss anyone, they are ready to receive your call. So I think we have created the context now. It's easy for smart, it's easy also for not smart people, okay? I think that if you want to present something and it comes from your heart, like the young people today, it's super beautiful to watch. Okay, let's go. I have how much time? Not only you trapped me after the lunch, you give me only 45 minutes, and I wanted to make the life difficult of all the audience. Now I cannot. Anyway, is it okay not to be okay? I don't know. How we learn matters. This I try to understand is easy. Why is this important? I will talk again about mental health and well-being, but why? Because the seafarer's ability to function well matters. And a system is as strong as its weakest link. I think this is clear to understand. You need somebody in the very critical moment to push the right button for a very specific reason. You can name it. We have seen and we have heard a lot of stories today. So we need a balance, and we hear a lot of wording, a lot of reasoning, a lot of principles, 5 principles. I say Freud has 3 principles. Torkel had 8 principles. We are confused. And what we want to do is to timely detect our people with problems, with mental health, with depression. Is it easy? I don't think so. If you talk to psychologists, you can understand. It's not easy. So I will start with the first story. I'm trying to through the incidents that I had in my company to understand the three reasonings and go deeper on the 5 principles. And I try for me to understand it simple because I want to pass it to my people in a very simple way, because a lot of new wording, a lot of different stuff confuses me. And if I am confused, then, you can imagine the last mess on one of my ships, okay? So, sharing a story. You will see 2, probably some of you will have heard about these 2 incidents, but not the third one. I'm using them because I find an opportunity to talk about the 3 reasonings and the 5 principles. So what we have here, we are somewhere in Australia, northeast, somewhere here, and we had an oiler that did not show up on duty. People were trying to find him, he was not there. Then there were some slippers. This is a toxic discoloring liquid. So there was suspicion, and then the master started to check around with no results. Because of Australia, and because 2 months before there was another incident, there was a lot of media waiting in the terminal. Journalists, police, AMSA, everybody tries to find something to blame. And we learn here that blame fixes nothing. However, this is the reality we are in. And this guy was a family man with 4 children, signs of depression, but this was known after the incident, not before. He wanted to sign off, had a call from his family, and then he asked the captain to expand his contract. So here we can talk for hours, what happened, the family, the reasons, blah, blah, blah. But what is more important is that somebody decided in a very bad moment to do something that was not good for him and, of course, for the family. Now, how is this related to the 5 principles? People can do mistakes. We are talking about this today. At any moment, somebody might be in very bad depression condition and can do something very, very bad. And people, we have to understand it. This is happening. In this case, who to blame? I don't know. It's difficult. It's a difficult task. But still, learning is important. And the way you want to look on the incident, it matters because you want to understand, to avoid it, and create a context that we might avoid some kind of incident like this. And how we act and respond, of course, matters. It's our choice. We can do whatever we want. We can close it and continue. We can open our files, try to find and learn something. Okay, for me at that moment, I thought that I have solved my problem because at that time, particularly, all the ships were new, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. We have profile assessment. I was a good member of partner safety. I like everything there. Now, in the beginning, not. But I had a lot of resistance. But anyway, the more I can understand about how it works with the human element, the better I can protect myself first and my people. So modern people benefits open reporting. Open reporting is an open line that somebody can send a message without putting a name, okay? And then we are partners in safety, of course, and we thought that the problem of mental health is solved. And this is, of course, in that case, was an illusion. I thought we have everything. So, immediate actions. We know that very well. This is in our nature. So we were trying to see what is missing. So we promoted the INS1 help support line. People know already. We tried to increase awareness to seafarers, and this one took us a lot of time Shall we have guidelines on depression? Is it good? Will we help? So it was a lot of discussion whether we have to do it, to have it in our system or not. Finally, both of them were in our system. You can see the poster when you go on board our ships, and you have 24 hours, lines, emails, SMS, chat, and the beauty of this is that they have psychologists of different nationalities, so they can talk to anybody. The only problem the poster has, we, as manager or owner, don't get any feedback because they want to protect their the confidentiality. I mean, they want to create a trust so people can talk. So whatever they receive, we don't know. And there was also a question, if we don't have feedback, why we put it there? Maybe there is a wrong report there, and we might have a problem, because the industry is not ready and can blame very easy. And then you can see the contents of the guidelines, which talks about depression, suicide behaviors, things that, we in shipping are not very familiar. So that's why we were afraid. But anyway, that happens after this incident. So we have seen today that we have solution reasoning, defensive reasoning, causal reasoning, and the question for you is, and I think I have time, what kind of reasoning we have used? We have to do it very quick. I need somebody, because otherwise I will take, Thank you very much. Solution, yeah, I don't have time, so we stick here. Why solution? Because I was trying to fix a problem very, very quick. I was trying to see what was missing. And I thought that another poster was missing, and probably guidelines. And we are very prompt on that. On SMS, we add and create a monster. And of course, we don't know who have read these guidelines, okay? But that was our reaction. It was a very clear solution reasoning. Close the gap. Elizabeth, where are you? If I don't say it correctly, please correct me, because I'm trying to understand in my way the reasonings, okay? So solution reasoning is what immediate action to take to fix or prevent the problem. You have seen it, you can read it. It's, normally very quick, normally on emergencies, try to see what is missing. And sometimes you can get it right, but sometimes not. Okay, let's go to the second one. Vessel in Damietta anchorage in Egypt. Chief engineer absent from the meeting with the master. Cabin was closed. After opening the cabin by force, we will find the chief engineer bleeding with a knife. He was trying to cut his neck. It was bleeding there. He transformed to the hospital, and the operation was successful. A few information about this chief engineer, many years with the company, experienced and perfectionist, somebody that wants to have it very well. This is also pressure. If I want to have everything very well, there is a pressure on me, okay? If I am this type of person. And it's easy to understand. He had very good appraisals, successful completion of profile test. Still, a few months ago, before he signed in, he has a personal loss. A very, very close family member died. He wanted to escape and he wanted to sign on. The ship was on a demanding trade. But it shows that people were started to be aware, and we received a call that the chief engineer is under stress. He has sign of depression, please arrange for his replacement. So we have sent the superintendent, because we didn't have a chief engineer ready. So the chief engineer was to be replaced in the next port. But this for him maybe was an additional pressure. We don't know. I don't want to say more about this because we don't have time, and also because it's not so important. Every case has a lot of different conditions, and there can be a lot of different causes so as to have an incident. So, but on this case, after 6 months, the chief engineer has presented the medical examination and a psychological assessment. And he was fit for duty. And now we have a question: rehire or dismiss? Blame or not to blame? Where are the principles? What are we doing? When I was asking the psychologists here, listen, if somebody reaching this point, you never know if she will do it again, and you don't know if she will do it not in the sea in the terminal right now. He might do it in the sea or during maneuvering or whatever. So please make sure that this is not so safe as a decision. I say, okay. Then somebody else says that, maybe the insurance will not cover us if something happens. And then somebody else says that if we have another incident and we give it to an oil major and we are honest to him and give all the information and say, this guy had a case and we hired again and now we have another case, you can imagine. It will be a difficult call, right, Elizabeth? It's still difficult, and we have a lot of difficult decisions to make in shipping. So for me, it was a very difficult moment because I liked this guy, and he was very good. And I had the dilemma what to do. I didn't know. And I still don't know if the decision that I took was okay or not okay. And it really does not matter, to be honest. But I read this from Roger in Iswan. He said, the culture in the industry has to change. So seafarers feel they can talk about their mental health and seek support from their employer without the risk of losing their job. Because otherwise, what they say, they will hide it. And by hiding it, at some point, we might have an incident like this, which in our case, it was not that bad because we saved the man. There was no, to be honest, I didn't report it also to the oil major. It's between us. Because I see that, for some reason, there was, between us. Elizabeth, sorry, but, the industry has to be ready for us to be open because we drive together the context so as to feel safe. And I feel safe here. That's why I'm encouraging more people to share incidents. It doesn't harm. We learn all together. So the stigma, how to go around with stigma matters, okay? And the question is, which of the 5 principles you can recognize on this decision? I need hands. Very quick. Please. Blame, fix nothing. Thank you. Somebody else? Sylvia, what comes in your mind? Tell me, whatever, a joke.
How you respond matters.
How you respond matters. Thank you very much. From here, can I ask the youngest? Vangeli. Young generation. Yes, see, very quick, we managed to have 3 only with this. So it's very easy and very related on whatever it happens to our life. Even the best make mistakes. That was one of my best chief engineers. And of course, I didn't tell you what I have decided for him, right? I will not tell you. Blame or not blame will fix nothing in this case. It's an easy call. You can say, I don't want problems with oil majors, I don't want problems with the legal, I don't want problems with an incident, so better to say no, not retirement. By the way, he's working as a port engineer We were trying in the beginning to have him supporting the retrofitting that we had in the scrappers as a support. And we wanted him to give him the opportunity not to be on board again, but he has a lot of experience. We try to see how it works. He is still, after, I think, 5 or 6 years, still with us. Today, as we speak, is one of our new deliveries, very, very difficult ship, and he is on board. And he has tried so hard to prove himself that we have taken the right decision. My heart is still, is he okay? The ship is demanding, have a look. But he's there and supporting. And somehow, we have passed the message, because these stories are, in the coffee breaks, there are small stories, the seafarers, that they talk. So this is a small story that, somehow it's not that bad if something happens, because this guy, it's around and he's working with us. I asked him also, can you be the speaker in one of the crew conference? And he said, no, thank you. It's too much for me. I said, okay, respect it. Okay? So learning is a choice. You want to do it, you do it. You don't want, you fire. It's again a decision. And we are doing it every day. I don't think we are taking the best decision anyway, at least myself, I'm sure. And of course, I can understand now how the context influences behavior and how leaders can respond on each and every case. And there are many, many cases every day. And how we have the people, the culture, the equipment, the system as one can drive the human performance, I think. In this case, we were thinking, we have everything. We have the poster, we have the guidelines, we have the open line, we have good ships, benefits, blah, 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 and we were trying to see what is the gap. And we were doing like an audit. What check did not work? So we thought that we are not experts and we cannot talk too much about mental health. So let's hire a psychologist. He knows better how to talk, how to pass the message. He was involved on, the first thing he has done is to do, I think, 3 riding voyages on 3 different ships. Then he was involved in the profile assessment. When he was seeing weak signals, he was doing the physical interviews, trainings. And somehow he was doing also training for the shore staff. So it was a good fit, I think. But the problem here was that still, they were not calling him. They were afraid of the stigma. This needs time to mature. It's not so easy. And then somebody, I think it was one of the young generation that say, Ombudsman. I say, what is Ombudsman? Say, Ombudsman is a person that can hear, is a good listener, is a sweet guy. What sweet guy? And in this case, we find a retired master, very sweet, very open, and one of his tasks was to have an office, an open door office. People are coming in and out after the contract, and they were passing information, but not the officers, the ratings, the messman, the OS, the AB. Come here, tell me what happens there. And somehow, over the months and the years, they created a report. Now they have a chat system, and whatever happens, they are communicating each other. It was much easier to talk to him rather than to him. But if he gets something that is alarming, because he is not an expert, he's going to him. We might have a problem. What do you think? So in this case, in my opinion, in my understanding, we have looked back on our system to see what did not work very well. So which reasoning have we applied? We have tried to see we have tried to see what did not work very well, because we thought we had everything there, and instead of going somewhere deeper, we say, okay, what we have, is it working or not working? So the question is, Christos, what do you think?
Defense.
Do you agree? Causal, so deep. One more call. Causal, defending, or solution? Blame, fix nothing, don't worry. What? Defensive, very good. And here? Defending. And the winner is Christos Mangos. This was my interpretation. I don't know if it's correct or not. Elizabeth knows. You ask her later, not me. I was trying to give this to my reality with my own words, and I'm trying to make it simple for the people that I have in my office, because we are a bit simple. So, we were trying to see what was not working very well, and we were trying to talk about mental health with an expert, not myself, because I have no idea. Okay? And a captain or a chief engineer or a mechanical engineer from the university, I don't think we are trained on mental health very well. So, solution and defensive are normally the way we are trying to do an investigation, try to find, what didn't happen, who didn't do something correctly, or what did not work very well. So it's much more easier to close an investigation. And to be honest, if we see an oil major that is holding our ship, we will try to do whatever it takes to clear the vessel, because we don't want to lose the money, the bills are running. And I can say that we are using the survival causing, which is, I want my vessel to be clear to pay my bills. So somehow we have to create a context with the industry. This is a good one. Sorry to say. Chief officer informed the master that IB is missing. Master announced, they tried to find him. Vessel arrived in the position that was the missing reported. The AB was found alive and saved by the Coast Guard. So we have one death and two successes. Somebody can say, we managed to save him. We can easily close the case, but it's not that easy if somebody jumps. So, what happens here? Received an anonymous report for master aggressive behavior. Now, we have two more similar reports for the same master from the past. And because it was the third time, we sent an investigator to find out what is happening. The reporter was identified, but also revealed. It was a mishandling. We say we have an open reporting that is anonymous, and the investigators say, "How? I find him. It's him. Come here. Why did you send the report? This master is good. Let's bring your hands." The AB was expecting promotion to bosun. The master arrived 30 days before he was the bosun will leave. Very tough master. Actually, one of the beloved masters. I mean, when you talk to superintendent, this guy is good in maintenance, in OPEX, no problem with inspections. I want him on board. But he has an open report. Yeah, but you know, the young generation, people, blah, blah, blah. This guy, do my job. So what we have done, very superficial, we say, okay, please, be gentle. But it was not so much what we say, so strong. So what happens, vessel was 4 miles from the Philippines, and this guy jumped. When we asked him why you did this? Because it took us 6 hours to find him. And he was almost in the stage that he was thinking that I'm died. But we were lucky because it was becoming morning, and the Coast Guard found him, and then, of course, when we asked him, I said, I don't know, it was a crazy moment. I didn't got the promotion. The master, knew that I was the reporter. I was ashamed in front of everybody. It was a very difficult moment. I couldn't handle it, and I jumped. He didn't jump to suicide. He had also the life jacket. He wanted to escape, not to end his life. That's a different story. He thought that if 4 miles is easy. He even was in the bridge the other day and was looking on the currents. So difficult decision again. So if we have a master that is aggressive and he's doing 1, he's doing 2, and he's 3, what we will do? We blame or not blame? We hire or not hire? Please, there is no wrong or right. You can say whatever you want. What? Dismiss. Young generation says dismissed. Old generation.
You are encouraging the master's behavior.
Contextual behavior. Thank you. Somebody else? Adoni? Okay. Create the environment. Tassos. He's my guy, by the way.
Maybe to give him a second chance and try.
You see what nice guys I have? They like to give second opportunities. But in this case, I don't know what we have said to him. Yeah. We don't have time. I have time? A bit. Okay. You stress me now. I don't know what to do. So then the AB. What do we do with AB? We hire or not hire? You hire and promote. It's a possible decision. Why not? We can do whatever we want. We are the bosses, let's say. What do you think? We hire or not?
The AB, yes.
The AB, yes. Yes. The AB did not show up. The shock was so big that I don't know if she's in other companies right now, but we asked him for the second round of investigation. We could not find him. I don't know where he is.
Forget the question about the investigation.
Why? Tell me. Tell me.
I think dismiss is the minimum.
The floor is yours. I'm here to work with you.
He was a professional investigator and brought the AB in front of the master.
Yes,
and
but
you're
he's
telling me
also a human being. But master that violated and they abused the AB or anyone on board, with free of my report.
Το μικρόφωνο. Χριστίνα, θα έχεις το μικρόφωνο γιατί πρέπει να τα ακούμε όλα. Diversity. Diversity of thinking, diversity of options, diversity of different things. So it's very easy to take whatever you want. Life is beautiful sometimes. It's difficult, but it's beautiful also. So yes, you can say that investigator damages the whole system. Because if you have a system that says anonymous, you have to respect that. Exactly. And also, he thought that, with he was a nice guy, by the way. He thought, with his feeling, that if I say something, yes, one moment. If he says something to the master, he closed the gap and they will be friends. But people are not all the same. So we can see the diversity of personalities and conditions. Adoni.
Yes, I just wanted to say, because I heard about dismissal and so on, a very short story.
personal experience.
Don't take too much of my time. I don't have.
90 seconds. I had to take one such decision. It's about 12 years ago. On one ship, they called me in the early morning and said the chief engineer is drunk and he's making a noise and he wants to go back to the Philippines. And without a second thought, I said, okay, he has to go. Then after a while, the master called again. Actually, my crew manager called me, and he said now he's very remorseful. He said very sorry. He had bad news from home. I think his wife is having an affair, and somebody called up and told him. But now he wants to stay on board. He has 4 kids. He has to feed for the family. Let's give him a second chance. This was 12 years ago, and at that time, you have a decision to make. And I took what I thought was the right decision. But the right decision sometimes has repercussions which you cannot foresee. So I said, no, we have to be firm. It's an alcohol violation. He has to go back home, get ready for the replacement. So he goes back home, and in 1 week, they called me up and they say the guy got in a fight with his wife. He took a shotgun, killed his wife and himself, and now there are 4 kids orphaned because of my decision. So it is not always clear and it's not always easy what decision to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoni. You took 2 minutes, but it was a very nice story to share. Thank you. So, having 3 incidents that they are somehow interconnected, it gives you a lot of reason to try and find a more holistic way of solve the problems. At that time, Elizabeth, I had no idea about what causal reasoning was. Now I can see, now I try to understand what exactly. So we thought that it's not only the working condition, it's mental health, it's a culture on board, individual differences. So we have tried to have a working group with different experts, psychologists, captains, engineers, consultants, and we were trying to see the stressors, the factor that can create stress, and they can create a condition that, somebody might take the wrong decision. And this is 3 examples. I think you have been in a situation where you have conflict on board, okay? It's not that strange story to say. So we were trying to find and see where to look, what to look. We are in the process of a 3 years duration with the games to create some principles of care and trust and feedback, how to avoid dilemmas. It's going very slow. People have resistance. It will take another 1 or 2 years, I don't know. On the workshop, we try to talk more about mental health and well-being. We try to bring actual incidents because the incidents talk by themselves. You don't need to say too much. One incident can tell the whole story. The only problem with the incident is that sometimes you have people that are involved, and then that's the difficult part. Because we have seen people that they feel that they are criticized. Now, so we have looked on generations in the workplace. We have tried to simplify the SMS. The psychometric tests were, were not only automated. We were trying to have on the alarms a second round of physical interviews. The duration of the contract was also very important. You can let somebody 7, 8, and 9 months, and you can expect that he will function very well. You can imagine a cook that is 9 months on board, cooking every day, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You have only 1 restaurant on the ship, and has to be premium. So if the cook is tired and does not have the passion to cook, then what? That's why you have problems on Antoni ships. You cut the contract. Okay. It doesn't happen to me. In my case, they are jumping. External distance support. Because there is the confidentiality is missing the trust, some people say, why to talk to the psychologist? And if he understands that something is wrong with me, maybe I will lose my job. Then you have the ease one, where she can report to them, but you never get feedback. But it's there. Maybe it helped one person. It's enough. We didn't pay too much for this poster. It's free of charge, by the way. Workload reduction. You cannot have 300 tasks in the PMS and 30 days and 22 people, and then to ask them to do it well. They will tick the box, and they have this. They will not like it at all. You bring a dilemma. You bring some stress. We are doing that. Of course, this we start to understand harassment, bullying, diversity, conflict management. We have to look on this. We have examples. We bring experts. They are around. They are very easy. If you want, you can find it very easy. You know, do something on board that people can have fun, whatever it is, because now it's difficult. Everybody has internet. They are very much isolated. So this is the difficult part. I think this is the most difficult part. How to bring together people and have some fun on board. We had the psychologist, the ombudsman. We increased the awareness. And then we introduced these guys, the ambassadors, mental health and well-being ambassadors. So what they are doing? First of all, they have to be volunteers, somebody that wants to be part of it, because there was a big discussion, who to be. People are saying the captain, the chief mate, but they are already, overloaded. So we say whoever wants to become an ambassador, so he needs to pass a basic training. We have psychologists ashore. He can do the training. We can combine it with the partner safety, a lot of stuff here, there. He will not do much. He will just be the messenger. He will pass the messenger. He will be the observer. He will see the weak signals. And he will advise that we have, this open line. We have the psychologist, whatever you choose. And of course, you can understand, a seafarer can much better help a seafarer. The example of Vangelis was very clear. Thank you, Vangelis, sharing it. Very good example. How a seafarer can help better a seafarer rather than a psychologist from the phone. Just to listen, not saying too much. Vangelis is not a psychologist. If I didn't have time, we will talk for hours. But Iliana is looking at me saying, I have 8 minutes, I know. So they are directing when they see weak signals. We have seen a lot of bad things happening, home robberies, this, don't read it, natural disaster at home, close relatives' death. So whenever something happens, the crew is very quick, very, very much aware, and the information is passing very much to the ombudsman, the psychologist, to the master, to the chief engineer. In the beginning, it was difficult, because imagine you have a messman, the ambassador, talking about well-being to the master. Disaster. You put the young guy to the mouth of, if the master is big, very experienced, and he knows only one way. It's difficult, not easy. It's moving, very slow, but it's moving. So now, which reasoning have we applied? What? Causal. Elizabeth, it's true or not? They say causal.
Yeah, seems like you're getting...
Okay. Seems that I'm very close. I see it causal because the approach was more holistic. We thought that there are a lot of factors that are affecting the working environment. It's the culture, it's the system, it's the food, it's the contracts, it's too many things, it's the experts. So let's look at them. We didn't done it in 1 month. This took, I think it's still working. We still try to find ourselves. We have not solved the problems. Don't look at me. I still have incidents, by the way. But it's going. There is awareness and people can talk. So there is a space now that people can talk about this, about the stigma, about mental health, depression. We have the line, this one, we have an expert. And this somehow creates some small stories of success and people can talk. and feel safe. And speak up, by the way. So somehow I thought that the difficult part of looking on different causes for the same outcome is very close to what we say causal reasoning. Right, Elizabeth? And I would like to see this video because
You all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sometimes humans say they're fine when they're not, but with 1 in 4 experiencing a mental health problem, to really find out, ask twice.
You sure you're all right?
Well, actually, I could do with some help.
Okay, well, let's talk about it.
Yeah, do you mind?
we don't talk about depression, it's difficult. Christos, we are talking about depression, I'm always happy. So mental health, it's not easy because there is a stigma attached. For mental illness, sometimes it's not accepted in some cultures. You have to be strong. Men are strong. Sign of weakness, not knowing what word to say. You don't need to be a psychologist. Just say that I'm not feeling well. Very simple. Sometimes it's difficult even for that, for us to say. And awareness is limited. And we are afraid, I think, to talk about this. So the building blocks can be physical, mental, emotional, purposeful. So we have resilience, we talk about mental health, we talk about diversity, inclusion. So we need to have it as one picture, I think, because otherwise we might miss something and it might not be so okay. So a seafarer who is psychological distressed is not safe for all. How we create a culture matters. We are talking about psychological safety. And this is, I think, very important to have also the shore staff to pass the message to the sea staff. We have to understand what we are saying when we say psychological safe environment. And we have to walk the talk. So we want to see this, not this. This is dangerous. On board the ship, something might happen. And healthy and happier seafarer, I think, if we can manage in the right context, can run safer ships. That was the final task for you, actually, but I don't think I have time, right? 3 minutes? 2 minutes, okay. Error is normal, blame fix nothing, is accountability at risk? Very quick. Huh? Depends? Depends the case. Anybody else? Just culture should be there. Okay. It is pulp. Adoni?
Blame and accountability are two separate things, I think.
What?
Blame and accountability are two separate things. We must realize the difference.
Okay, this is very difficult. I had a workshop with my people and different people saying different things and they were all okay. So it's a good task for you to have. I'm sorry that we don't do it together because I wanted to learn also from you, but I lost the opportunity because Iliana and Christos. Now, causal reasoning is right approach after each incident and near miss. Do we have so much time for each and everything? So sorry, Elizabeth, we have to be honest. We're giving you honest feedback because we feel that you are the ambassador. When you go to OKIMF to talk about our dilemmas. So, what do you think? We don't have the time. The mindset. Okay, different things. Anybody else before I'm moving? I think it's good to know. And you can choose, in my opinion. You know the solution, you know the defensive, and you can choose whether you want to go deeper, and there is a way. So I think that's the more important. The decisions are there for you to take, but it's good to be aware. With deeper analysis and deeper look, we might have better results if we don't have time restrictions. And maybe if we want to have an approval from Shell, we are doing solution reasoning to get the approval, and then we spend time to see the trends and near misses so as to see whether we can correct. There is always a way, I think, if somebody wants to find solutions on the reality he is in. And we are in different reality. Although ship managers, I can say for sure that we are facing different reality. Different type of ships, size, nationalities, bosses, you name it. And another one, do we need special investigator to apply different reasonings? No? Is it no or yes? No. Anybody yes, just to make it interesting? Depends on the case. I like it. It's not a no. Anybody else? No. Yes, no, yes, no. I don't know. We have to see how it goes. I don't have the answer. I'm waiting the next time you to present and to learn me as well. I don't know. I have no idea. These are questions for you. Dimitri says, this, you hear it. I don't think we have time, but what I would like to say is a big thank you to Elizabeth and Sel, because we have the opportunity through these workshops to talk and share and learn. Most of the actions that you have seen, it was not my idea or my people. It was people from you or London. They were talking and they say good things, and we were trying some of them. Some of them worked well, some of them didn't work well. And I think it's more important for us to have also an ambassador. I mean, I like to see Sel, when he talks to Akimf, to talk about our dilemmas and how all together have to create the context that will drive behavior, so for us to talk without being afraid, because companies do mistakes, because we have people. Blame, fix nothing, Christos. If you hold my ship for 2 months, I lose my income, so it doesn't help me. And communication matters, because if you get a honest feedback, you can understand better how we can solve problems. So thank you for that, the opportunity. I would like to see more people sharing incidents, because I felt very, very safe to do that. I don't know what you will say about me if I have good company or bad company. I don't care, actually, to be honest. But I would like to see more good ideas, more good people to come here and talk. Okay? And George, Adonis, thank you. Thank you all.
So I believe now we have Carrie that would like to say hello from London. Carrie, can you hear us?
I absolutely can, and I just appreciated listening in on that last 25 or 30 minutes.
We can see you now. You're quite the presence in the room. How are you?
I'm very well. I can indeed see how much of a presence I am in the room.
So I don't know how much you managed to see of the workshop so far. We're, of course, very happy that you're able to say hi to us and to see us here in Athens.
I've seen bits and parts through the day, and I watched the last 20 or 25 minutes intact as you went through. I'm really glad to be able to join you virtually, just I think like Ed did this morning to kick you off. And no promises, but I think I'm going to be able to visit you in person and say hello for your October workshop.
Fantastic. We look forward to that.
I've seen pictures of the ballroom you're in. I feel terrible that I'm missing it. So yeah, hopefully do get to meet you and see you in person.
Thank you. All right.
So go ahead.
No, please.
No, you, because I think you're about to introduce and I was about to jump in. There's a half a second lag, so I'll be quiet for a moment.
No, Karen, no, it's fine. We would like to hear from you, and then we'll hand over to Despina.
Fantastic. In that case, let me take the opportunity to say thank you for having me in the room. Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you for making space in the agenda for me to join. And whoever has figured out the audiovisual, besides having a much greater than life-size Carrie in the front of the room, you've done a fantastic job with that. So thank you very much. There are a few of you who haven't met me. I'll give you the very short history of Carrie. I'm a naval architect by training. I was a ship officer in the U.S. Navy. I worked in shipyards designing and then building warships for the U.S. Navy and cutters for the U.S. Coast Guard before joining Shell about 11 years ago. I am a technologist. I am a environmentalist. I really believe in safety of life at sea, safety of the women and men who work for us, whether that's in an office or at sea. And I really believe in getting the most out of the people that work for us. And I think as we move to that, we get to the topic of diversity and inclusion. And it was nice to see that in the context of safety on the slides a few minutes ago. But let me dial back to the Partners in Safety CEO conferences earlier this year. I said this year's conference series, and you've probably heard this, is really about three things. It's about the sustainability of our partnership. It is about the partner part of our partnership. It's Shell learning from you, you learning from Shell, and quite honestly, you learning from each other, as I know you've been discussing today. And it's about trust. And that trust, I think, gets to, for me, diversity and inclusion, or maybe even inclusion of diversity when you think about it. Of course, the whole program is still underpinned by our visible and felt leadership, by our learning, by our care for people, and the principles of human performance, which we just saw a few of on the screen. But there were three things that I want to tell you that I specifically asked the most senior leaders of your companies for during the conference this year. Three commitments. The first is that we learn from each other. The second, and I heard this come through loud and clear, we prioritize the culture that we create. And it's being really intentional about that culture, and we'll come back to that in a second. And the third is, and I think this is why we're all here, we all remain committed to that zero incident industry. So with the background of those three commitments that I've so very clearly asked all of the partners to work with me and recommit to this year, let's talk about diversity and inclusion. So often when you hear a speech about diversity and inclusion, you hear the business case. And certainly for the most senior leaders in this room, you're probably interested in the business case for diversity. And it talks about diverse teams, whether that's diverse teams in a boardroom or whether that's diverse teams at the waterfront, at the ship, at the working level. Diverse teams and the difference of opinions and the difference of experiences actually make a better business outcome. So what does diverse team mean? There are statistics that talk about tokenism versus diversity. In many times in my career, I was pretty close to tokenism, to being a token. So when I was first joined the U.S. Navy, I was in the very first group of women that the Navy sent to sea on combat ships. We were a troop carrier. We had 2,000 U.S. Marines on board. And please don't laugh, we had 1,000 Navy sailors on board. Very different kind of ship. We had aircraft. You had to maintain the aircraft. But on the backdrop of 3,000 people on that ship, there were 12 women. The research says that for a minority to make an impact, you need not just 1%, which we clearly weren't even 1%, but you need almost 30% of that minority group for that group to really be included and be able to bring that minority voice to whatever the project or whatever the task is. But I think there's something we can do. I think there's something we can do around inclusion that actively brings the voice of the minority, even if it's less than 30%, even if you have one person from a different country and all of the rest are you Greek officers and you have one Croatian on the ship. Think about how you bring the Croatian voice, how your officers, how your crew can make that Croatian voice welcomed, how they can encourage that, how they can include, actively include. I'm going to talk a little bit more about business case, and then I think we've got a fantastic panel, and I'm now overrunning as well, so I'm not the only one. You're not the only ones doing that. There were probably, I can't see all of your faces in the room, there were probably a few of you who thought, yeah, Carrie, we're not going to have a ship that's Greek officers with one Croatian. That's simply not going to happen. But I was looking at the International Chamber of Shipping's statistics earlier this morning, and as of last summer, there was about a 30,000 person shortfall of credentialed officers for the world's fleet. That meant that people were on longer voyages, they were on longer hitches, and indeed some ships weren't operating because there were that many officers and seafarers short. By 2026, the International Chamber of Shipping says we will need to attract and recruit 90,000 more mariners. So that's in 3 years' time. That's 30,000 additional mariners per year. So a couple of challenges for us. One is attracting people to our industry. And there is a finite resource, and I appreciate not everyone in the room is Greek, but there's a finite resource of Greek seafarers. So where do you attract? How do you attract from within the Greek community? How do you attract from within your country communities, whether that's Italy, whether that's Malta, wherever you're from? And how do you recruit those people? How do you recruit people either who already look like your crews, or actually how do you start to look broader and recognize you're going to have differences and you're going to have diversity in the crews? And that gets to the third thing. So there's attracting, there's recruiting, and then there's retention. And I know everyone in the room thinks about retention of your seafarers, you think about retention of your office-based staff, but actually the retention really comes when you think about inclusion. And how I think my favorite quote I've ever seen is, if you're not actively including, so if you're not actively bringing people into the conversation, building resilience within teams, building inclusive teams, you're accidentally excluding. And we could spend a whole workshop around inclusion and around the culture of inclusion and the culture that we create. But I'm going to leave you with a thought. Even if we're able to continue to recruit within the nationalities and the cultures, so we think the national cultures of our current seafarers, we do have a changing age demographic. And I realize that for myself, I'm solidly an X. For Americans, that's the generation of people who have checked out, who don't work and don't work very hard. I would argue that that's a generalization and probably not true for everybody of my generation, myself included. But it was always a challenge for me as I was young in those first 10, 15 years of my career, when the baby boomers were the largest part of the demographic in the office. And now as the baby boomers are retiring and my generation, the Generation X, the dropouts are becoming the leaders, we're a small generation in the workforce. And we're already starting to feel the changing demographic of Generation Y, of Gen Z, of the millennials, and how we're all changing and have to interact differently. And I think you've got a fantastic panel. And Despina, I think you're about to come on and talk about this. But when you think about diversity and inclusion, think about the culture you're creating. Think about the diversity of your workforce across all dimensions, whether that's age, gender, nationality, any dimension, visible or not visible. and then think about how you prioritize a culture of active inclusion. And with that, I'm going to listen in for the next session as long as that works. I'm really glad to have had the opportunity to speak with you. I do look forward to meeting, and in 6 months' time, let's see what sorts of ideas you have around active inclusion. With that, thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
I think that this was it covered all that we discussed about diversity, about inclusion. It's not only gender, it's not only race, it's not only age. And I think that also what Captain Georgios discussed is about inclusion. And what is important that we create a culture of belonging, that all of these different categories belong together, belong in one culture and the context that we have discussed today. We have diversity that brings together individuals with different opinions, with different experience, different ideas. And I think that this is the new fuel, because we are discussing a lot about decarbonization, but diversity, inclusion, and belonging is the new fuel. We'll see today two different things. The one is about the gender, and the other is about the Generation Z and the generation gap that we heard a lot of today. And we'll have two representatives. I will welcome Adonis and George, that will represent the generation. Yes, yes, please, with a wheelchair, please join us. We'll have the Generation Z also representative. I will welcome Maro and Lydia. And I will bridge the gap. I'm 25 years old, so I'm...
28, come on.
28, okay. Already, yes, Dimitris, time flies. We'll see a video. We'll start with a video, and we'll discuss about the generation gap. If you can please start the video.
So the bigger challenge for us is how do you retain people? Because many a times the freshers, when they come in, within 6 months, 1 year after you train, they leave.
Yeah.
So that has been a big challenge, which we are still trying to address. Yeah. We are thinking of looking at some kind of a retainership, at least 3 years.
Won't work.
Huh?
Won't work.
I don't know. So I'm just
saving you time.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So that's why I was just trying to figure out how do we do this.
So I want you to understand this. The world of business has seen 3 generations. The Industrial Revolution, the Information Revolution, and now we are in this revolution called the Social Revolution. Industrial Revolution, people took a job for survival. They wanted basic necessity of roti, kapda, makan. So they went in and they worked in a workplace, and they didn't leave that workplace even if the boss was abusive, and even if the boss would physically beat them up, people would not leave. That was the era of boss is always right.
Yeah.
Because opportunities were less.
Yeah.
That is pretty much the grandparents of today's workforce. Then came the information revolution, where all these IT companies, brands started building, and the workforce then came to work not for survival because their parents took care of survival. This workforce went to work for standard of living. Basically get a good enough salary to pay the house EMI, the car EMI, children's education loan. Pretty much your generation. You went to work for that, for standard of living.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now in this generation, loyalty reduced. Now the truth is then loyalty never existed in the first place. Loyalty didn't exist. There was no option. This generation, information revolution, got option. If they got a better quality of workplace and they got a better pay, then people would jump a job, right? Now this was the information revolution. Then came the third revolution. After 2008's recession, information revolution died. Today information is available for free. You can learn coding on YouTube. You don't have to, it's no longer a hidden knowledge. So, you need to understand, now we live in a digital revolution or a social revolution where everything is social, which means today's workforce, they don't care about survival. Their grandparents took care of that. They don't care about standard of living. Their parents took care of that. Even the labor does not care about standard of living anymore because even labor has Dish TV and Tata Sky in their house. So if you'll say, I'll cut your pay, or if you'll say, I'll bind you with a contract, they will say, thank you so much, I'm finding another job. Today's workforce needs something else. They want quality of life, not standard of life. Standard of life, parents took care. Today's workforce is thinking quality of life, which means quality of workplace, which means quality of job, quality of environment, quality of role, opportunity, learning and rewards, all of that. Unless you don't have a mechanism for that, you will always grapple with this retention challenge.
So, opinions.
How do you retain people?
Do we agree? She's absolutely right. So I think that it's a difficult subject, but we're here for the difficult subject to address. So I will start with the senior team. And how do you feel with this label?
The senior, it's okay. Old, I don't mind. Old as well, it's okay with me.
It's not old, it's wise.
Dinosaur, we can live, no problem.
We had during the discussion about the youngs, that the fact that they are more on the internet, more social. Do we believe that we have a generation gap in our industry? And do you believe that this is a challenge, this is an opportunity? What's your opinion?
Shall I start? Yeah? Yeah, sure. Okay. So definitely, number one, I agree. I agree totally with what the video we just saw. I think we experience it every day. There's an argument that there's always been different generations and there's always been a gap to bridge. I think that the point that is making it different this time is how fast everything is changing, how this gap has grown with all the new technology, all this new mentality that has come around. I feel it in the office. We see it on board the ships as well. This is my personal take. I believe it is something we need to work on. We need to find a way to manage it in order to extract something positive out of it. There is a challenge, and there is an opportunity. And our real challenge is to turn this environment into an opportunity for growth and for development. I believe strongly in the younger generation. I believe they have a lot to offer, more than we actually grasp, because sometimes we are critical, sometimes we will stick to stereotypes and we'll say that this generation, maybe they're lazy, they're on the internet, like you say, they only care about the social activity, about what is apparent about the job title, while, and then again we'll add, when we were young, we had to work hard and all this, again, stereotype. I believe that this generation has a lot to give, and it is our responsibility to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I also agree with Andonis and the video. Shipping companies have some peculiarities by nature. We're a high reliability organization. We're working with a mixture of experience, knowledge, and also energy. So we have a wide variety of age profile in our companies, both on board and ashore. And we need the qualities that the young people bring. We need that kind of the specific knowledge they have, bright people. They have a lot of energy to give, but they need the guidance. They need guidance from us. We need to find a common framework of our daily interaction. And we will be winners. For us, for my generation, the challenge is that we have to find the ways, first of all, to understand the people, the younger people, and also to become always attractive to younger people, which is not always easy. It depends, of course, on the phase that the company is. Some companies, they are in a more mature phase, others are in the expansion phase, and really, we are obliged to look at different profile people at all time. But certainly, I see it optimistically, and really we enjoy also the qualities that the young people bring. And with them on board, we'll have a better future.
So we have some very positive ways to describe the young generation. I will also hear from Maro. What do you think? Is it, Maro, this an issue? It is a challenge? It's an opportunity? How?
It's definitely a challenge. but we always have to see it also as an opportunity. I would like to mention that our generation is often characterized as the most challenging generation to deal with in the workspace. There are trends around TikTok on social media criticizing how incompetent we are in the workspace, that we arrive late, that we quit easily, that we quiet quitting, that we prioritize mental health over workload. But being a part of this generation myself, I believe that we are unfairly labeled as lazy. Like all of you, we've tried our best to enter this industry, and we're trying our best also to give our best, you know. I would like to mention that after a brief research, I found a BBC article that stated that we are considered also the most stressful generation, and that most of us are dealing with stress and burnout. So there are a lot of reasons, and the professional would be more detailed, would bring a more detailed explanation. But I would like to note that we live in an environment that has a climate crisis, a perma-crisis, a new term that we have this year, and also that we are dealing with economic problems, and most of us don't believe that we will ever be able to own a house, which is a lot different than the older generations.
So many interesting topics. And as part of our journey to zero incidents, you know, it's alarming to hear quiet quitting, because we want your energy, we want your innovation about the new technology. So I think that gives us a lot of job for all of us here in the room. Lydia, what's your opinion?
As my fellow speakers have already discussed, our generation has a lot to offer and we are willing to offer, but I want to stress that we can gain a lot from the experienced older generation. And the key to that is communication and mutual respect. If both parties are willing to communicate with each other and gain from one another, I think we can see that generation gap can be only an opportunity and not a challenge.
Okay, that's also very good news. Do you have an example that in your daily work life you see the generation gap?
To me personally, it's not that much apparent currently. However, I can understand how I can think twice if I have the courage to go to an older co-worker than me and ask for advice, how he or she will criticize me maybe or not. And on the other side, if the older co-worker would ask my advice if they need it.
Okay. Can I jump in and just pick up on a couple of points that were mentioned, if you don't mind? If I'm not, first of all, about the part that Maro mentioned about the stressful generation, the most stressed out generation. I think this is something that ourselves, we find it difficult to comprehend. And many of our peers, I mean, in our, let's say, generation, will say, okay, they think they have it hard, they're stressed out about what? About the climate change, about the environment. When we were young, you should have seen what we had to face. You know, they've had everything easy, they've studied and so on. So this is a usual criticism that I hear, and I don't like it, because it means that we have failed to understand how this generation feels. Definitely it's different, they've grown up differently, they have different qualities, and we need to understand them. And this is the point about understanding. And the second is about respect, what Lydia said about mutual respect. Sometimes, and I hear this again a lot, we feel that we deserve respect, we command respect, while in actual fact, we have to earn it also. And we have to give it out and reciprocate it. So this part about being disrespectful, I have cases where I hear it from both sides. But my supervisor did not speak respectfully to me. And the supervisor said, I didn't call any bad names, I didn't say anything bad. But you can be disrespectful without using any bad words. So there is this, and what about communication? This is where communication comes in. We need to find a way to speak the same language. I think this is something that is lacking. And this is the challenge.
And I think it's that you have to earn respect. It's not the age. Mm-hmm. It's not the gray hair.
It's not the rank.
It's not the rank. And I have heard a lot of my senior officers complaining that junior engineers they just want to do their watch, and then they will need to go in their camping, trying to find Wi-Fi or just to see a movie. And that's not as it used to be. We cannot discuss with them. We cannot have a culture that actually will bring the result that we're discussing today. So I will ask George, do you think that as part of this generation gap that we're discussing now has an impact on the maritime industry and safety?
Absolutely. Okay, I have to accept that today's seafarers, the young seafarers, they are a generation that grown up with mobile phones as a standard, internet as a standard. So it is really difficult. It became part of their life. It's not the same as the previous generations. They feel connected through technology, and this is also very important. And of course, and we see as shipping companies that it is vital, it's very, very important to provide in order for our companies to be attractive in the shipping market. We talk to seafarers from the academies, and the majority of the questions we receive relate to what technology benefits we give on board our vessels, and internet, and cheap communication, all these things. And this is normal, because people need to communicate, people need to connect. And the problem is that if people on board, they make overuse in the expense of their duties. There must be clear boundaries between safety and entertainment. And sometimes, yes, maybe some overlap. And in this case, safety is compromised. So it is, again, up to us to communicate clearly with our seafarers and tell them what they can do on board as regards technology and what they cannot do. And this is very, very important for the better use and the safe operation of the vessel. For example, a navigating officer chatting during the watch is unacceptable, of course. I mean, mobile phones are allowed, but not during operations. This is obvious. This is very easy to understand, but some people misunderstand. It is our duty to explain them and to make them digest that this is not acceptable.
Okay, and now I will open the floor and I will ask, do you think that this problem exists? If you will see one of your officers on watch carry his mobile, her mobile on the bridge, what will be your action? Sorry? That's a warning? That's a dismissal? That's part of realizing that we have a different context?
It really depends what your company standard is. I would expect that each company has safe navigation policy and will clearly describe as what is and is not allowed during navigation watch, and that will be the guiding principle. So while one company might allow things, another might not.
And I think that, these are difficult questions to answer, and it's focused on how we have new problems. And it's about technology, it's about innovation. And I will ask Lydia, I see that, you can easily play with your iPhone, you can easily find, work with the software. Does this, is difficult on the day-to-day operation with your other colleagues?
In respect to at shore business, there are different standards. I would not like to object to what Mr. George said. I think he's...
You can object, don't worry.
No, I would don't object because I agree with him. But in regards to at office work, there can be some challenges because it is easier for us who have grown up with technology in our hands. Maybe not from the first years of our lives, but pretty early, I might say. So there might be some challenges that can arise, but as I said before, if you communicate that is a problem from someone who is older than me and they would like to help me, they would like me to help them, I would be open and willing to do that. So if this is not a fact, yes, it can create challenges, because if someone wants to complete a task and cannot, because technology is not something they're convenient with, yes, this can create problems. But again, it all comes back to communication and be willing to request help when you need it from whoever might offer it to you.
But sometimes maybe you don't even know you don't even realize that you need help. I'll bring an example. If you don't mind, I think I'm quite modern, let's say, and I can use computers quite proficiently, and I can do my PowerPoints, I can do a lot of stuff. So I think I was rather quite confident with myself. And at one point, I was filling an online form with a colleague of mine who is 25 years younger than me and is in this room at the moment. I won't identify her. And I was filling, and she was like trying to grab my mouse. And I was, after the second attempt, I said, what are you doing? We're filling the form. And she said, but you're so slow. And I was like, no, I thought I was doing okay. Not now, all these years. And she was like, no, you're very slow.
If I may make you feel better, a co-worker of mine who is just a few years younger than me once asked me to make zip files for him, because he has, not to criticize, but he has used to use the phone and not the computer. So I think the generation gap could get a little smaller in regards to age difference.
That is how fast the generation gap changes. Even the younger ones, they're using the phone, they've forgotten about the computer. So that's another proof that everything is much faster.
Soon we'll have Christos-san here to assist us.
Yes, of course, I'm sure.
Yes, please.
If I may add another view to this discussion, apart from speed and knowledge on technology, something that I have personally experienced in our company is the involvement concerning ethics. And what I was quite surprised and pleased to recognize in the younger generation is that they have a higher ethical standard than we or the older generations used to have. And I believe that part of this discussion mainly, or perhaps gap may have a negative connotation. What I think we need to focus on is progression. And the fact that we are now getting older and we are experiencing younger colleagues entering our industry, we should see how our species in general and our industry more specifically has evolved and how we can use and tap that asset so that we can all become better.
You think you're getting older. Wait until you reach our age and then you realize. But what was just said, I think it is quite true. And these are values. I mean, you spoke about the climate change, the environment, diversity. These values that our generation, we had to be taught about them. Now they come embedded. The new model has all these inherent. And yesterday, Elizabeth corrected me when we were discussing something. And no, you did well, because we're still on a learning curve. I mean, I'm 55 years old, and we're trying to grasp the new realities. But this generation, they have it embedded, and they're going to move fast. Sorry.
No, I think that's the purpose of the discussion. And for sure that they are different. And this is what we have to accept. I've heard as part of our discussion and our workshop about diversity in our company, they told me, look, it's not career what we're looking for. We care about a good workplace. We care about the work and life balance. We care about the environment because this is what you deliver to us. And for us, we have seen our parents working very hard, missing birthdays, missing various of their special occasions, and we don't want that. And this is respected. And I said, it's nice to hear. This is another view. But we'll see this more and more, as Konstantinos said, that it's part of values, it's part of ethics, and we have to learn, and we have to embrace the learner mindset. But also to give Maro the speech about technology and if technology increases the generation gap, and what is your view?
I believe that for a company to keep running in this period that we are changing our ways of doing things, it's important to have this age gap, because the younger will help the older to understand this new technology and embrace it, and the older will teach the younger how to use it properly. For example, one of my daily tasks is to use a software that analyzes mooring load the load on the mooring lines during the mooring operation and berthing. So, okay, we have the analysis. That's not enough. We have to have the opinion of our captains who have the experience and can understand what does this mean, what this picture, what this sketch means. So I believe it's very important that we have a cooperation between both sides.
Yes, that's, and I think that's, there's another question, and I will ask Lydia. Lydia, is something that you miss, or is something that, an advice that you want to give us of how to approach you, how we can have the better collaboration?
To me personally, the most important thing is respect. Do not diminish me or assume that I don't want to learn because I'm younger. I'm on my journey myself as well, and treat everyone with respect as I would like to treat everyone with respect is key to me. I don't have any complaints specifically so that I can say something more about that. Whenever I receive an advice, I like to receive extensive advice. For example, when I have a question and I receive an answer, I don't want you to tell me, do that, because this is how we do it. Try to explain to me, to make me learn what I asked, so that I don't have to ask you for another time. If I grasp fully what you're trying to explain me, I most probably won't ask a second time.
And I hear, I translate, I reflect on what you said, and I hear feedback.
Yes, correct.
Feedback, that you want feedback about how you are doing, and feedback about the development.
And also negative feedback is also acceptable, and I want to hear what I'm doing wrong so I can improve myself as well.
Mm-hmm. And I will ask here the team, is feedback is part of the process, is part of, they are accepting, or they just, think that this is not constructive criticism, and I will find another job?
I think the way is important, the method that in which you approach them, how you phrase everything. I think this generation, they really, because of this social nature, they really want to make an impact. So they want to be, they want to receive the feedback. They want to receive appreciation also, that what they are doing is good for the company. They are accepted, and this is something that many times our generation is not so prepared to hand out generously. Let's say.
Yeah, it's a human characteristic actually. People not to accept easily the criticism, but it's not criticism. Feedback is basically what you do well and what you can do better, not what was done wrong. And basically we step in the positive elements to build and correct and improve the elements that we need to improve. Feedback is very important, irrespective of age. And I agree with Andoni, it's not what you say, it's basically how you say it. We need to approach people in general more sensitive with the younger generation, but really gently, really with dignity and really with an approach that we develop people and not to just appraise performances. This is my perception.
And again, it's relevant to the 5 principles. They're all applicable here. The blame fixes nothing, and how you respond matters, and learning.
Correct.
So all of this ties in with the 5 principles, definitely.
And if I may, again, hearing also what Maria said about appreciating the knowledge of the experienced captain, I think this also brings in the discussion after the 5 principles, also diversity and inclusion that we were discussing earlier. So diversity and inclusion is not only gender-based, but it also is generation-based, it's experience-based, it's approach-based. So we can have inclusive environments in our industry that will embrace the younger generation, different views, different backgrounds, however these may come into the picture, into the mix of the industry.
I was always believing that shipping, its inclusion is embedded. Because we used to have different nationalities visiting different ports, different languages, cultural issues that we learn, we're flexible, and we continue. But I think that's, that's an interesting topic, and I saw also raising hand, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. A non-Greek contribution here. Sometimes I'm feeling we are falling for labels, and one of Shell's workshops said stigma. And my son is 27. Yeah, he's Tommy's policeman. His best friend is 26, chemist. His other best friend is 27, 26 as well. He's a young doctor now, just graduated. And his third best friend is an electro engineer. My best friends are ex-captains, ex-chief engineers like myself, captain. And I don't see any difference between my 57 years of age attitude to life and work comparing to my son's 27 years approach to life and work. He works like a buffalo, right? He works in as a police officer, 16, 18, 24 hours a day, falls dead to sleep, and next day he goes again. So sometimes it's like we are jumping on somebody else tells us here is a problem. And yeah, maybe they are lazy people in generation, whatever you call them, but for sure there are lazy people in any generations, and those are not sitting in this room. Surely not. So just a contribution.
No, thank you for this. I think that what we are trying is to remove the labels, no stereotypes, not so that we are biased against the young generation. I think that if we think how we started, most probably we always had in our mind about quiet quitting. The video that we saw, it was that loyalty was not there. So it's not that we see the retention rates falling, that this is something new. Are different circumstances that create this result. The label of snowflake, I don't know if you have heard that this young generation, it's like a snowflake that will melt. When we start shouting, they will cry. I don't believe that this is the issue. And I think that diversity, inclusion, as we discussed, it's very important. We have a topic here that's it's for us to solve. It's about the culture that we create. And we also have another video that is about stereotypes. And it's part of what we discuss here, to build trust, a respectful environment as leaders. And as I said before, we are all leaders. And we will see, how this is in our system. And if you can please have...
Can I just say
yes.
one thing about what was just said? We welcome also, and we welcome and we would like this generation to work like buffaloes. And I'm sure this generation, they have the ability to work like buffaloes. But what I'm trying to point out is that our responsibility as leaders to create the environment, to create the context, to motivate the young people to respond to this challenge. And I think this is what we are trying to highlight. At least this is my point of view, that it is our responsibility to give them the opportunity. This is what I want to say.
And we'll see another video, and we'll continue for 5 minutes, and then we'll be ready to continue your day.
This is an internal experiment of Teleperformance Greece. We are in a production studio. 7 employees of different gender, nationality, and position are about to respond to a riddle challenge. A junior cruise ship officer has just received an email from the company's staff department. The email says that he cannot be assigned to the cruise ship of his choice since he is the captain's son. Frustrated, looking for advice, he calls his father, who is an employee of a consulting company. How is this possible?
How is this possible? Truly, how is this possible?
I don't have any idea, you know.
Who is an employee of a consulting company? How is this possible? But his father says that is the captain.
It's the same person, so the son's father is the captain of the same ship. One person working in both the companies.
Maybe it was just a mistake. So he received by mistake the email.
Received an email from the company's staff. Which companies? The cruise.
So how many fathers does he have? It's not the same person.
Because one father is in the consulting company and the other father is a captain.
The correct answer is the captain is his mother.
The captain is his mother. Of course. Good one. Okay.
That can be possible.
And my first thought it would be that he's his father.
When we listen to the word, captain, we are biased that it is a man. And I used to be a stewardess, by the way. And of course I've seen women as captains, but no. We were raised like that, so yeah, it didn't cross my mind.
We are the captain of our families, we are the captain in our jobs, in everything, so it doesn't have to be a ship.
In the US, 8% of boat captains are women and 92 are men. In the business industry, the captain is the CEO.
Unconscious bias is a cycle.
And it's time to break it.
When thinking of a pilot,
or a software engineer,
or a captain.
Why should the gender be predefined in our minds?
I mean, it's up to us. Let's break it.
Teleperformance Greece, honoring women's achievements, celebrating gender equality.
So I think that this was open in a newspaper, and we said that it's good to use it because this is one of our last messages that we're biased. Some of us, maybe the young generation is not. And I think that it's time to break it. We discussed about the retention, about the lack of resources, not only ashore, but also on board. That is also a crucial issue. And we need to open our minds. And I think that we have also, it's the first conference that I see so many women here. And I would like to give, big applause for all of you. It's a difficult subject. It's something that will continue our journey. And in our sustainability of the program, the trust, the partnership, we need all. So thank you very much for your participation. And if you have any questions, please, or any statements, or any, I have my Croatian friend
Christian there. Christian, I don't know if you have felt, with so many Greeks here that, okay, you're feeling okay. That's good. So we have somebody who is okay. And I don't know if you have any questions. No, so I will pass to Christos.
Before we close, can we just symbolically bridge the gap with the younger generation? Younger generation. Hello. So let's try to bridge the gap and work together. Thank you. Thanks a lot. That's it. Christos, to you.
Almost there. Were you aware that emotion, the emotion that we feel, actually gives off a unique heat signal from our body? From a thermal camera. That's crazy. So, here's a simple question for you. Just shout out the answer very quickly. On the spectrum of emotion, what do you think is the opposite of love? Hate. No. It's not hate. The opposite of love is indifference or neutrality. Indifference is the cancer of society. It is the ultimate demise of humanity. Indifference is what it takes for humanity to manifest itself in the worst form of cruelty. So we throw the word care around quite a lot. Care for our crew, our staff, our environment, care for ourselves. So do that. Don't be indifferent. I just want to say a big thank you to all of the speakers. You guys, I mean, it's really incredible. Anthony, the Espina, the Georges, as I refer to you now. Everyone that spoke, really, thank you so much. Thank you to Shell for, supporting and being here, either remotely or in person. And thank you to you guys for your energy and for making the time to be here. Thank you all. And with that, we have a selection of Greek non-alcoholic beers that you can enjoy and consume, and I hope to see you there now.